Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we are able to hear you, but I think who
What happened in between? So I think there are few things which came to my mind as the head of the organization. I think the engagement is very important, and I thought if we are engaged with everybody, because if someone is sitting at home doing nothing, and a lot of even negativity comes up in the mind. The whether as a CEO or as a manager or a sales manager or a production manager or a customer service manager, even your kids. So I think at that point in time, the only idea came to me was if you stay engaged with everybody, whether with your kids, your team members, your stakeholders, your shareholders, if you're not engaged, then nobody knows what is happening. And on top of that, not many other things started coming. I won't name. There's so many companies they started even sacking people. So first thing came to my mind was that this is the time. Okay, some people, some CEOs gave me a logic that we were having some people who were dead good. So this is the opportunity we got rid of those people. We fired those people. My point was, okay, even if they were to be fired, this is not the right time to fire. They will not get job anyway. So first thing I did was to how to engage with my people. I made sure that not even single employee was fired. We went even further. The average increment, which was released 1.5 months back during the lockdown period, each and everybody was on the salary revision, which was in the range of average 10%. So employee got the indirect and direct hint that company is safe and we are here for business, we are going to stay, and we are excited about our customer. So when you talk to the customer, the kind of body language which is really generally going to come up is going to be very different from an organization where who are not really taking care of the even the employees. The customers, I think before customer, even the employees first, who is going to take care of the customer. So that was the first thing, we took very good care of that. And subsequently, the how to develop people, we organized a lot of online training, because generally every day people are running around for payments, collections, selling, manufacturing, purchase, when to develop people. So I thought that let's utilize this time, we engage with them, and in the process we further modify our system, we revise our SOPs, well utilized time. Yeah, little bit we did that. Yeah. Dushan, we can't hear you.
we will hand it over to Divyanshu since he's back. So we were just discussing about what we did in COVID and what not. So Divyanshu, why don't you take over?
Divyanshu, you are on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. So thank you, Ajay, PhD CCI, and Dushyant for handing me the mic. And apologies from my side, I've been facing problem, and it is a common conversation starter these days. Somebody's connection doesn't work today; it happens to be me. I would like to thank Mr. Saraswat also for joining us. I am not sure whether he has given his opening remarks. So I would invite you, sir, if you can give your opening remarks for the session, and then I can take over from you and hope to have a meaningful debate on the very, very critical piece of logistic, which is warehousing and last mile distribution. I have a very eclectic panel. We have various key aspects, right from supply of machinery to robotics to providing a platform for warehousing to everything. So I'll try to leverage their capabilities and skills and try to come up with something meaningful, hopefully, in the next hour or so. But before that, Mr. Saraswat, if I can invite you for your opening remark, that would be, we'll be glad to have that from you. Mr. Saraswat, I can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So thank you for inviting me for this webinar on warehousing, distribution, and last mile delivery for retail. Actually, I was asked to give a keynote address, so I don't know whether I should restrict myself only to few remarks or give an address. You have to make it clear to me so that accordingly I will tailor myself.
Sir, we will completely leave that to you. It's your best judgment, depending on how much time you have. Please go ahead and do it as you find appropriate. We are all ears.
Okay, friends. So it was very interesting to listen to the conversation among the various participants today, and who have been the pioneers in this particular industry of retail, in the area of warehousing and things like that. Now, we all know that we have had serious problems during the last 4.5 months when the entire retail, every activity, economic activity went into a spin. Obviously, it has impacted a large number of actors, the public at large, and of course, the people who are going to buy things, their behavior is also changing. So, COVID-19 impact has been there on the customer behavior. If you look at it, they have started preparing in anticipation. So consumers' focus is more on improving their own resistance, building strength and immunity. So everything related to that. In the phase two, they started looking at when the pandemic started, they resort to panic-driven stockpiling of the essentials with reduced spend on the discretionary items. And when the lockdown and quarantine phase was there, consumers increasingly shop online. That was one good thing that happened. But it was basically for essentials, and that was also to comply with the government directives of social distancing and so on. And phase four, we expect that return to normal when consumers will buy essentials and get back to the discretionary spending also. We don't know when will that happen, but this behavior we are expecting. Every sector has had a different behavior and different demand. Demand patterns, for example, in the case of hygiene goods, advanced buying with subsequent sizable dip in the demand. That is the kind of thing that is going to happen. The essential food means, again, advanced buying with subsequent minimal dip in the demand. Discretionary food items, cigarettes, liquor, and all that, minimal dip in demand with subsequent quick uplift. And you look at the apparel basics, you find there has been a sizable dip in demand with subsequent maybe stable recovery tomorrow. Fashion and electronics, there has been sizable dip in demand with subsequent, and recovery also is anticipated to be slow. So you take seasonal apparels, we certainly miss the demand cycle, and a subsequent loss in demand is likely to happen. So there are challenges which have come due to COVID-19. One of them has been the demand shock. You see what is the kind of demand shock is. Hoarding of essentials during the quarantine, abysmally low sell of the discretionary items, restrictions on travel and gathering functions, events contributing to again lower demand. Second impact was the stock availability issues. Many things were out of stock. Events for daily essentials particularly, and some places it has been overstocked. So accumulated seasonal and promotional event stocks. So that is the kind of stock issues were there. But good thing for the digital retail was that there has been surge in online demand. Even a person like me who rarely used to do online purchase, I can tell you in the last about 4 months, I must have used it at least 20 times. So there has been increase in the online demand. So avoidance of stores due to social distancing, no contact delivery promise made by various digital retailers, and reduced footfall, store closures and reduced store operating hours, online promotions in the liquidate stock. So these are the things which has really improved the online demand. But there have been supply constraints, which was another major impact of the COVID-19. International and state border closures certainly created supply disruption. And many factories were closed, so there were supplies from the factories closed. Transport availability was major issue, so there was issue with, so again, it affected the supply. And there was a big imbalance between the demand and the supply. So these were the constraints. Then there was also shocks, the challenges arising due to the workforce imbalance. COVID-19 impacted workforce because people were in lockdown. Even the families, I think somebody was mentioning that everybody, right from the CMD to the worker, everybody was into the lockdown mode, so it certainly had an imbalance. Restrictions were imposed on movement and reduced workforce for even discretionary retailers. The These crisis impacts retailers' supply chains from different angles. One of them is the obstructed logistics because of the increased hurdles to transport goods over long distances, or internationally through the border closures or shutdown of logistics hubs and so on. Then constraints, shutdown of suppliers, change in supply reliability, entire supply chain is broken due to the country lockdowns, disrupted demand because of the spikes for certain products like sanitizers, masks, long-lasting staple foods, and so on. Lack of demand for others like travel, accessories, and fashion, and so on. See, so as we have seen, the impact of COVID-19 on the supply chain in India has been during the quarantine and lockdown. Surge in e-commerce, downgraded supply chains for many players. Shipping good is often the only remaining way of generating revenue. The most integrated players have the fewest operational failures. And of course, second phase was the safe mode during the unlock periods and until distribution of a vaccine. People are waiting that distribution of vaccine will out, then we'll have a safe mode. Then they are imagining that back to normal operations with reinforced sanitary measures, of course. Sanitary measures will continue to remain in place. Fierce competition between logistics players. Now, because that is going to happen, the warehousing, the transportation, all of them will have a serious competition that is going to emerge. Focus on customer retention and new customer acquisition, and increasing value chain integration will be the priority. Then supply chain transparencies to ramp up operations at the right time. That is also will be that. In the phase 3, which is the recovery and the strategic decisions, which is going to happen, is numerous acquisitions and bankruptcies will take place. High awareness of supply risk assessment. Now people will have a new normal as far as the risks are concerned. And diversification of the supply chain and multiplication of the logistic routes will take place. So immediate change in the last mile connectivity will also happen. Immediate change expected within 2 to 3 years is, as we are going to see, that electric vehicles will rule the road as the cities tighten their emission standards. They will be the first technology to have some significant adoption. It has already happened in some of the countries like Paris, Madrid, Mexico, and which made announcement that they will ban the diesel-powered engines. Similarly, in the next 3 to 5 years, you will have semi-autonomous delivery vehicles that follow parcel delivery stuff is the next trend in the last mile delivery. Companies will make the first step towards full automation that would save time in driving and parking the vans. In the 5 to 10 years, I was very happy to hear that there has been a lot of activity in India on the robotics. So autonomous delivery vehicles will not require the support of human delivery staff. Drones will become popular in addressing specific delivery needs. It specially caters to higher service levels for needs of rural and low-density suburban areas. Of course, relative distant future beyond 2030, I expect that robots will deliver packages right to the customer's front doors. Making robots deliver parcels require a high level of system integration, and that is what the technology will be able to provide. So what are the scenarios to optimize the transition to optimal last mile performance? For example, night delivery, if you take, and then you link it with the electric vehicles, and you provide the double parking area, then you will get almost 35% less emissions and 25% less congestion. That is the kind of sustainability scenario that can emerge. Looking at the economic scenario, parcel boxes and lockers, along with the express lanes identified on the roads and dynamic rerouting, that will give you 10% loss in emissions and 30% less congestion. Multi-layer ecosystem scenario, if you take EVs plus night and adjacent time deliveries plus rerouting parcels will give you 30% less emissions and 30% less congestion. So there are certain suggestions for improving supply chain resilience to reduce the risk of supply disruptions resulting from plant closures. So we should avoid over-reliance on a single few factories for supplies. We should ensure multiple flexible alternative supply sources. We should include near and local sourcing in the supply chain. To take care of the demand risk and demand spikes leading to the product shortages and logistic bottlenecks, we had to resort to inventory buffering and active information sharing throughout the supply chain. We had to really make it highly dynamic and use information technology to improve the visibility into demand and transparency of inventory. Then there is a risk of control. Need to engage suppliers in crisis response. So for that, we should focus on ensuring supply with bottleneck suppliers, ensure collaboration with strategic suppliers, and negotiate savings with the selected suppliers. In the areas of warehousing, I find many of the participants today belong to the warehousing industry. The manufacturing halt has reduced demand for logistics services, which likely will result in downward pressure on prices across warehousing, freight, and logistics. With countries around the world imposing lockdowns, minimal export-import movements have amplified the crisis in the logistics space. COVID-19 induced lockdown has led to the slowdown in the warehousing industry, with both occupier leasing and investment activity being subdued in the Q1 of 2020. Economists across the globe have forecast India's GDP growth to slow down significantly in 2020. People are talking of 3 to 4% negative growth, affecting business across the board and reducing their aggregate demand for warehouses. The IoT, blockchain, 3D printing, and autonomous transportation have gained renewed interest as technologies that will help companies survive and thrive during a pandemic or another crisis. So let us do some SWOT analysis of warehouse management system and the market dynamics. What are the strengths today? Increasing growth in e-commerce industry due to the onset of COVID-19. So that is the strength today. Then, like the issues like social distancing, it has led consumers to pursue online shopping. A significant shift in consumers' purchasing behavior has resulted in the increased implementation of real-time warehouse management system software solutions. I was very happy to hear that there are agencies like Kelly and on who are providing that kind of a platform for efficient order processing, picking, packaging, shipment, tracking, and route planning. There are weaknesses which are emerging: lack of workforce for maintenance of warehouse management system due to the onset of COVID-19. So what we call a WMS is a complicated system that requires constant maintenance and optimization in regular cycles to ensure proper functioning. Lockdown has also led to a shortage of manpower in the warehouses. MSMEs that use conventional warehouse management system because they have not upgraded themselves to the modern warehousing systems are suffering immensely due to the absence of skilled workers to handle maintenance operations. But there are opportunities. Rising investment of the multinational companies in emerging economies. I already see many of the MNCs coming in a big way. So companies based in developed economies are looking to expand their operations in emerging economies owing to the cheap labor cost and lower real estates. We are also promoting FDI investment by global companies who are willing for setting up new manufacturing plants in India. This investment requires advanced and sophisticated warehousing facilities to integrate and manage supply chain networks. So there is a surge in new investment to enhance the supply chain capability, which has opened up huge growth opportunities for the warehouse management system market. But there is a threat also, which is about lack of awareness about benefits of WMS among all small-scale industries. I mentioned about MSMEs. The MSMEs or small-scale industries operate their warehouses in traditional manner. Investment to set up WMS seems to be an unnecessary expense for them. So there is a major threat in that area. Efficiency, ensuring data security, and sustainable operations of the warehouse management system could be a threat to the development. So this is a major area to be taken care of. There are new trends which can drive warehousing growth post-COVID-19. First thing is reduce the dependence on China, which is the major initiative being taken up. So many companies globally are in talks to reduce their dependence on one particular country, presently China, for the entire manufacturing needs and are planning to shift certain part of the activity elsewhere. There are 5 to 6 countries which are competing directly with India to attract their companies. Each country offers its own set of advantages and disadvantages. You know, we have got Vietnam and we have got Malaysia, Indonesia, and all these other competitors. However, even if 1/6 of them come to India, the gains for the nation and the industrial and the warehousing sector would be immense. E-commerce will certainly boost the demand. As I mentioned to you, there have been behavioral changes and increase in the acceptability of buying groceries and daily essentials online. Some of the big companies like Reliance have identified this trend and have started strengthening their e-commerce and home delivery infrastructure. Such a shift would give a significant increase the warehousing industry in the demand. There is a growing demand for warehousing in the tier 2 and tier 3 industry because supply chain managers are rethinking their strategy and starting to smaller warehouses from the central one to facilitate the deliveries. I think that's going to happen. The smaller cities or hinterland of the country would be the mini warehousing hubs for focal points. Air freight for perishables, the use of air freight which is emerging in a big way. In fact, one of the main focus of the Civil Aviation Ministry today in ensuring that the domestic movement, that what we call the domestic regional airlines, they will start looking more for the air freight movement. It is expected 1 million tons by 2024 and 10 million tons beyond that. So this growth will certainly be primarily driven by express trade, perishables, and international trade. Road sector will also expand because this is going to be a major demand for the retailers and the movement of the goods. So container trucks proportion in the market is expected to rise in the future due to its versatility and resistance to adverse weather. Then the new thing that would be needed would be RFID, which can help organize and control inventory, replacing old analog paper tracking methods. Additionally, RFID can detect goods as they leave the warehouse. Robotics warehousing robots are automated, more maneuverable pallet jacks. They move faster than people can, move more goods simultaneously, and they can identify the optimal route for picking up the necessary product. So that will be become. But the most important thing which is going to get introduced into the system of warehousing and retail is artificial intelligence, where AI will help the warehousing robots find the most efficient route for picking products. It can also be used to determine the best box type for a shipment based on type, number, size, and weight of the products. So AI certainly will have both from the customer satisfaction as well as from the back office. It will certainly give you more relevance, greater convenience, instant information, expanded choices, increased control, and default personalization. So consumers will be changing, they will be expecting more and more, and that will be fulfilled by the AI application in this particular industry. So what will COVID-19 leave behind for retail? It will leave skewed inventory levels, low inventory levels in some categories, return post-COVID-19, and unutilized stock due to the abysmally low sell of discretionary items. It will also leave altered demand patterns. As I mentioned to you, there will be a change in the demand pattern. Then this will be disrupted supply chain it will leave. So transportation delays, geography-wise supply issues and international supply chains, and constrained transport capacity. That will be another thing that will be visible. And as I mentioned to you, there is already a shifted consumer behavior. So reverse behavior resulting in lower footfall at stores that will happen. Workforce skill demand will be another that will be happening because as you improve in technology, your workforce also will be required to be upskilled in variety of the new technologies. So need for reskilling workforce to suit the new business priorities will be the order of the day. So beyond machine, it will be machine first, retail movement picks up acceleration. Evolution in customer behavior, emergence of disruption, accommodated retail business models which will happen. How do you build resilience across the value chain? That will be another focus. So that will be ensure the availability of essential products, quantity augmentation, substitution, alternate sourcing, and range. Implement right policies to serve maximum customers. Adopt dynamic compassionate pricing. Design low-touch kits. Space flexing for demand management and safety should be another major initiative. We have to have a review. We should review the promotions based on availability, demand, and capacity. We have to adjust allocations and reprioritize open to buy and minimize write-off with intelligent inventory segmentation. Supply chain, I mentioned to you, has to be our main major priority. The stores should be focusing on making it available, repurpose the store operations, enable no-touch customer interactions, manage workforce dynamically, and digital has to be as robust as possible to provide disruptions due to cyber attacks, and we have to have ensuring that we have all the events, basically dynamic compassionate pricing and services that have to be put as part of the system, monitor front end performance and things like that. So there's the ABCD for what is called the ABCD response strategy. A is to augment, B is balance, and C is control, and D is risk. This strategy has to be taken depending upon what areas you are working on. Then we have to have prudent technology roadmap by making significant investment across these core sectors. Customer-centric engagement. Retailers must enable personalized last mile shipments. They should deploy dynamic and reliable order management. We have to need to invest in responsive mobile application that will play an integral role in helping engaging the customers with immersive experiences and deliver products on time, personalized to their schedule. Those retailers who have been relying on physical stores entirely will have to build robust digital sales channels in an accelerated manner. Emphasis must be placed on application modernization, which is critical to streamlining retail operations. And complex processes such as pay to procure will especially benefit with the application of intelligent technologies such as robotic process automation, making the retail supply chain more resilient. With the rise in cybercrime and cybersecurity threats, implementing watertight cybersecurity solutions must become a priority for all retailers. Then ecosystem has to be there for relationship management. To conclude, India's manufacturing sector, supported by conducive government policy, is expected to reach about $1 trillion by 2025. With huge domestic demand, the industry needs to reflect and leverage rich real-time and accurate location-based technology to spur us on towards a better, meaningful, and resilient industry, what we call today's Industry 4.0, in which supply chain is one of the major factor. The success of any manufacturing story rests upon its last mile delivery. The advanced sensor technologies can now help track fleets of trucks and trailers, navigating towards a new normal with an extensive network of multiple distributors, service providers, and physical locations. The last mile delivery with a constantly looming threat of unexpected disruptions or delays without any additional cost can be a daunting exercise. So we have improving the location technologies such as geofencing, routing algorithms, API trackers, and digital are today opening up exciting opportunities that can in fact enable safe operation of autonomous guide vehicles such as forklifts and inventory carts. We have to be looking at adopting advanced warehousing practices such as RFID, organize and control inventory. Adopting the latest location intelligence technologies which work even within centimeters of accuracy with remote Wi-Fi access points, Bluetooth readers, etc. to present data on live traffic, road conditions, weather conditions, and driver behavior to help delivery agent make far better predictions, ultimately enhancing and impacting the customer satisfaction. So it's basically the technology which is ultimately going to make all the difference. And of course, the kind of India, which will certainly be helping the digital retail in a big way in the future to come. I expect that all the participants present here, all those who are in this industry, will be in a position to actually adopt these technological innovations and make the experience of digital retail a real absorbing to the customer and also bring economy of scale and bring certainly less as far as cost to the customer is concerned. I hope this seminar will throw up such ideas and implement them in their day-to-day operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I have finished. You can start.
So, sir, thank you very much. So I just want to add couple of things what you said. So you talked
Please,
about customer behavior. So I think
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
yeah, the customer behavior is a new normal, and the thing which have changed right now, customer is not speaking.
You're not audible at the moment.
Pardon, sir.
Yeah, now better. We can hear you.
So what I'm saying, this customer behavior is now become a new normal. He won't wait. He doesn't have patience. He is not ready to compromise. So if he wants something, he wants something right now in right quantity, without error. So for that reason, nowadays the competition.
Sorry, your communication is not continuous. It is not clear. It's not audible. Can you do something
So
about it?
let me just come in here.
Yeah.
Hi, just Divyanshu this side. Let me just come in. I think we are at 1 o'clock and we just have 45 minutes to have the mic. Can I just ask everyone to put themselves on mute? I'll just set the context and thank you so much, sir, Saraswat sir, for setting the context and for giving the introductory remark. And I'll just take 2 minutes first to set the context. I think while the country went through the whole COVID episode and it continues to go through the COVID episode, uh, there are a lot of frontline people who helped the country, and of course, the healthcare workers are right up there. But we often forget the people in the back end who are ensuring that we get our groceries at home, we get our whatever we require at home, and those are the logistic folks who were right in the front, ensuring that the economy is working on the back end. Just to give you a sense on complexity, there were many government notifications which were coming from central government, state government, municipal corporation, which were very difficult to follow and understand. And despite all of that, the logistic industry ensured that the cargo flow continue in the country. And I would like to take this opportunity to say that while our logistic industry is very fragmented, we have done the industry has done a tremendous job of ensuring that the cargo reaches all the right places. The cargo availability is minimal. The problem have been minimal for all of us and for rest of the country. And of course, that brings me to the topic at hand. The warehousing, the secondary distribution, and last mile delivery. Last mile delivery more in the context of the e-commerce logistic, because LMD typically is B2C, whereas secondary distribution is from, let's say, a Mumbai warehouse to various outlets in Bombay for the retailers or for the dealers. So what I'll also table is that given that all the end user industries are large industry, whether it is pharma, whether it is FMCG, whether it is FMCD, logistic industry guys are also not adequately compensated, and that's why efficiency is very important. Getting the cost structure right is very important, and I'm glad that we have people like Dushyant, Beer, and Piyush who are helping the logistic industry to drive efficiency so that they are able to make some profit. I'm very glad to have this panel. What I'll do is I'll try to attack the three elements separately: warehousing, secondary distribution, and last mile delivery. And I'll overlay technology on top of it because technology is important in all three areas. So let me start with the warehousing. On the warehousing side, we have, I mean, a lot of people know, but I'll still put the context. We have 1 billion square feet of warehousing in the country, of which only 220 is the modern warehouses where Piyush can put his machines. Rest of them are rundown godowns where you cannot put new age equipments, which Dushyant can't get on his platform because the people operating it are not very savvy. So or where Beer cannot get his robotics piece inside because those are such small players that they won't invest in technology at all. So today in the country, we have only 20-25% of the overall warehousing, which is modern, which is ready to invest to become efficient, which will help the whole country because if logistic becomes strong, it becomes efficient, it helps the whole country, because we are the backbone of the country. The whole country runs on back of logistics. So with that context, I want to invite Piyush first. Piyush, you are, I heard your numbers. You started in 2010. You are now already at 50,000 equipments that you have sold in India. And so I wanted to understand from you, or 5,000. 5,000. Okay. So my first question to you, Piyush, is a couple of questions actually. One, what do you expect the overall market size to be like? It is a no-brainer that if I use mechanical equipment, it will help me drive efficiency, lower cost, and all the good things, right? You must be having a brochure that please buy these equipment, these will help you. And I believe that mechanization and automation is something that is needed. People just are not taking money out from their pocket. But some of the current crisis obviously means that there has been migrant labor crisis, there has been labor crisis in general in the country, and you need accuracy, which machines can give better than some of the this thing. So without so my question to you is, if India, what is the adoption level of good quality machinery in the warehouse in the country? Where would you put it, and where is it in the developed market like US from where you come? So what is the adoption level today, and how do you see that adoption increasing? Those are the first two questions to you, Piyush, and I'll put myself on mute after this.
Let me unmute myself. Yeah, thank you, Devanshu. Actually, you raised a very, very right question at the right time, because whenever I speak to any warehouse owner or the promoter, the first thing comes to his mind is, I have to somehow not make loss at least. Okay, and then they start cutting corners. The best thing to cut corner I have seen in India is, you're rightly saying that 1 billion square feet area, if we compare that with US or European market, I would put it at, on the scale of 10, I would put India as around, I know it is my personal perception, I would put India at 3. But there are some customers who are not so big but still willing to invest. So the question is, the people who are not willing to invest, why they are not investing, and what methods they are adopting to optimize the cost. So first thing, because India has 1.25 billion population, and the easiest thing come to their mind is, okay, if one worker goes, he'll get new one. There are the people who have no job. So the people start cutting corners on the safety and the comfort of the workman. I saw so many places, you go to the docking station, so many even world-class companies, but when you go to their docking stations, I have seen even their dock labelers are not even checkered plate, which is so risky. Now the problem is, either you don't have a dock labeler, your efficiency and the productivity goes down drastically, or if the lips are not checkered, then it is so unsafe while somebody is loading, unloading, doing the unloading job. They fall down every day. There is an accident. I don't know how many companies are logging the near miss incidents or not missed incident or the full-fledged incident. But problem is, somewhere we have to, I think this is the right platform. I thought if I can raise my voice for the comfort and the safety of the workman, I think overall profitability will definitely go up. In a typical facility of 100,000 square feet, you are going to have around 6 to 10 dock labelers. How much money you are going to save? Maybe 10 lakhs. A dock labeler which is going to work for next 15 years. I'm talking about Kelly dock labeler, but there are not too many dock labelers which are going to have so much of life. So in a 15 years of life, you save 5 to 10 lakh rupees is just peanuts. Whereas every day you would be losing on the safety, every day you would be losing on the productivity. So I think time has come. I think we will also echo my thoughts, and probably Dushyant also and Dr. Saraswat, even whatever you said is also going to the same direction. I think we have to talk about the safety and the productivity of the workman. They have to be comfortable. They should be excited to work in the place where they are working at least 8 to 10 hours every day, 6 days a week. So this is how I look at it. If people are using a small fan or big fan, use a fan at least. I'm not talking about whether Kelly fan or any fan. At least some kind of ventilation is required for the workman. That is how I take it. Thank you.
Very, very helpful, Piyush, and I hope that safety in the country gets. It's fine how we Indians have such low perception of risk. I mean, I have seen so many Indians crossing the road as if they are in a big hurry and they have a lot to achieve once they reach home. And they cross a very, I mean, highways without waiting for the signal. So I think the risk perception in the country has to go up. They have to have a better appreciation of the risk. They have to also have a longer term view of life and also of the industry, that things will, if they invest now in let's say a leveler or a fan or a the whole automation, it will benefit them in a medium to long term. So thank you for that perspective, Piyush. Let me invite Dushyant, who's also who's trying to create a marketplace, as I understand, for ensuring higher level of utilization of warehouses, and also trying to reduce the cost for the end user industry, who he claims are paying through their they're playing through their nose for some of the last some of the space that they require as the demand grows. So Piyush, we had heard from Piyush about safety. Would be good, Dushyant, to hear from you. Who are the people who are targeting in terms of supply side on warehouses? Are these grade A warehouses, or are you targeting more warehouses who cannot market themselves well, and hence people don't know about them? And who are you targeting on the customer side? What's your business model? How do you make money? So those are the three questions. Who's your supply side? Which are the warehouses you're targeting? Who are your customers whom you're providing the space? And how do you make money?
Okay. Yeah. So thank you, Divyanshu. So our target was where we started was from in India, wholesaler or a big volume gets a discount, whereas a petty customer doesn't give a discount. So we started from that. So we thought, ki, why should a small customer, an MSME, should not get a volume discount? So our target customer was an MSME player who has just started up, or a person who is experimenting with a territory. It can be a large player. Suppose somebody wants to go to a new territory and he wants to target. So typically in warehousing, there is a 3-month security deposit, 3-year lock-in period, blah blah blah, and all you have to pay for all the fringes that you need to deploy into the warehouse. Plus, there were no brokers who were interested in a small deal, because the running around to do for a warehouse is the same for a 100 square feet warehouse and for a 1 lakh square feet warehouse. Plus, even we were not interested when somebody used to call us saying, "Sir, मेरे को 500 square feet जगह चाहिए, 5 दिन के लिए चाहिए, 1 महीने के लिए चाहिए." तो we said कि यार इसको कौन interest लेगा? So then we said कि why not? So we came from an perspective of what if and why not. So what if this happens, and why not we service this customer? So if you typically see the pyramid, so on the top level there are less players who are giving the more volume, but on the bottom of the pyramid there is a lot of players who are contributing small volumes. So we are targeting both the larger players and the small players as a target customer. As a target potential supplier, we are targeting all those people who are having a spare capacity in the warehouse. It can be an established long-term player, or there are two different types of warehouse builders. There are one builders who make a warehouse and look for a customer, and then there are build-to-suit warehouses who look for a customer and build a warehouse. So no, essentially, both of them end up having a bigger warehouse with a smaller customer. Suppose somebody is having a 10 lakh square feet warehouse, that may be or may not be 100% full. There are chances and there are times when in a 5-year, 7-year journey of a warehouse, it is almost 85% full. So that 15% we are targeting. Or we are targeting a person who has built a warehouse and he is not able to find a customer, because either for whatever challenges he is facing. So as a platform, we have built in WMS inside the platform, which is free. We have also built in a delivery mechanism, which is also free. which is a OTP based delivery mechanism. So a person who is storing a warehouse, he does not need to hire any other software. He does not need to call anybody, or he does not need to have a warehouse receipt kind of a mechanism. It's completely paperless. A person can just simply go with a phone, take his delivery. It is absolutely secure and come out. Your third question was money. How will you make money? So we are not working on a hiring and uh, you can call it hiring or firing model. Uh, there are two kinds of situation. Either you hire warehouses and then you look for a customer. So we are engaging with those people who are understanding the concept, and we are saying your warehouse is there as it is not getting any customer. List on our platform. As soon as we get a customer, we will pay directly. The customer will directly pay to you. We will only charge a small commission on that. The rate listing of the warehouse portal is as per the warehouse owner. If he says मेरा warehouse 15 रुपए में list कर दो, we will list it at 15 rupees. If he says 25, we will list it at 25. Of course, we will help him to choose the right kind of price so that his warehouse is sold on the market. So we have warehouses in Barakamba Road. We have warehouses. Barakamba Road is in New Delhi 001. We have warehouses in Ranchi. We have warehouses in Patna. A small 200 square feet warehouse also we have. We have a 2 lakh square feet cold storage warehouse also, which is state of the art, racked, completely climate controlled, with a ripening chamber, with a grading sorter. So we have all kinds of, we are surprised to see even government agencies have approached us to list their own excess warehousing space on our portal. So we were approached by 2-3 government agencies that our spare capacities, can you list it up? So we have started experimenting with one of the facilities, and it is doing really good. The kind of technology that we have built in now, in the next 3 years, as Sir has also mentioned, that artificial intelligence will lead the way. So we are trying to build in artificial intelligence to which segment to target in which season. So there is a particular season in which our specific customer needs to be targeted. So that target mechanism, we are slowly putting it into the system so that our campaign, our market campaigns, our discounts, and everything is also put in place like that. Thank you.
Yeah, so no, that's very helpful, Dushyant, and I think you're doing a phenomenal work of driving efficiency in the market. You're helping the warehouse owner as well as the customer. So I do hope that this B2B marketplace that you're trying to create grows and succeeds. Our best wishes. I would now move on to beer to complete one round of sort of discussion. Beer, I think, very heartening to hear that you're trying to build out a automation robotics company in India. You already have 250 engineers, if I heard it right. Congratulations on your ability to build that out. I'm glad that if you have 250 engineers, that clearly means that you're getting work also. So clearly means that India is adopting this and seeing benefits in that. So that's heartening to hear from industry perspective. My question to you that we would like to understand in greater detail is, can you give us a couple of use cases of where the customer came who was not using your platform before but has finally decided, and what are the benefits, very tangible benefit? Please explain to us in a very layman language. We don't know much about logistics. So how did you help the customer, or how did customer benefit by using what you had to offer? A couple of use cases of your product that you're trying to build. And before that, if you want to give an introduction about how you divide your organization of 250 engineers and what are the sort of functional things that you're trying to build, we would be very glad to hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Divyanshu. First of all, am I audible? Yeah, because okay, fine. So we started this company with 6 people. So all of us of 6 are quite experienced people. So we were from industries like Asian Paints, ITC. We used to put modern factories for these companies. So in 2016, we decided that not every time when we need to buy some reliable automation equipment, we need to either go to US, Europe, or Japan. We thought, let's build a company who make this kind of reliable products in India for Indian customers. So with this vision, we started this company, and our first priority was to build a world-class team. And I can proudly say our team is world-class. Like, we have a number one team in India, and like after some time, it will be number one team in world. Then we decided to build a world-class product for the warehouse automation. So we limited ourselves to warehouse automation because we find this is an area which is highly inefficient. Like whenever we discuss about warehouse space, we talk in square feet. Why we talk in square feet? Because we are inefficient, but we don't talk in square feet. We talk in cubic feet, right? So there is a space available in the ground, and I can utilize a space which is above me. So when you need to utilize space above you, when you need to utilize cubic feet of a space, you need to have automation means so that machines can go up and down and bring material for you. So space, so what we basically do in a warehouse, one is storage. So if you are able to utilize cubic feet of space, then definitely you are saving a lot. Second is the material movement. Now, if the material is organized properly, is everything is right at the right thing, the things are at the right place, etc., then it can be moved effectively by using automation either through robots, conveyors, etc. Then third thing is picking for the customers. So as of now, if you see in warehouses, people are either picking based upon the papers, RF guns, etc. But if you use vision system, if you use pick by voice system, then they will become more productive. So in this say, like, there are a lot of scope in which if we can do automation, whether mechanizing the system or making your people productive, you will means definitely get a lot of benefits. So another thing which comes is like, so how we are utilizing this 250 engineers. So most of our, like, we are basically R&D company. So 70-80 people is in R&D. So our R&D is basically robotics and software. So all our robots runs on our own fleet management, which use quite a lot of, like, AI, etc. So you hear it. So our navigation system is like a good example of artificial intelligence. Our robots navigate themselves. You once you teach the route, then they will navigate in the system themselves. If something comes in between, it will stop. If it need to take a different route, it will take. If, like, assignment on the robots, etc., all this thing being done with the help of AI. Then our voice system, which is again an example of another AI, is runs on a natural language processing. So it is similar to what OK Google or Alexa. So whatever instruction we need to give it to our operator, we give it through voice. He doesn't need to write anything. He need to reply it again on the voice. So all the transactions are based upon voice. So we use natural language processing for that. And ultimately, it need to go and store it in the form of text. So we convert it again, text we convert back to the voice. So all these things we are doing. Now, a lot of people are confused, like automation is costly and all these things. But if you see automation in totality, when I say totality means, like, how much space you are saving, how much people you are saving, what kind of accuracies are coming, at what time you are able to deliver customer. If you put all these things together, then it's not about cost saving, it's about benefits. It will give a customer 10 times, 20 times benefit, which he is not able to do right now. So this is what we do, and we invest a lot in R&D. All of our products are made in India. We are proud of it, and with a lot of customers, like use case, like we have given almost 30 robots which runs on national navigation to one of our customers. I cannot name the customers because we have not got the approval to speak about all these things, but definitely you will find it, like, So apart from this, we have given almost 120 shuttle system. It's a cartoon shuttle system. It's again a type of robot to a lot of MNCs, and these MNCs are not having the kind of warehouses they have in India. They don't have this kind of warehouses in US, right? So their Indian warehouses are more automated than their US warehouses. This is what we have done. And in various segments, like, so because we are the only company which make this kind of products in India, so we are again, like, competing with a lot of foreign players, but again there is a space for everyone. And one thing which I want to tell, like, so we understand Indian condition, like, so we know that these kind of automation equipments are getting abused a lot in India. So we make our equipments in such a manner, so even if it is abused a lot, we have a dust problem in our warehouses. So if you see, dust is the biggest problem of any automation, because automation basically get feedbacks from sensors, and most of the sensors are, if dust get deposits over it, it malfunctions. So we have built a technology in our sensors such that if there is a dust deposition, etc., it can raise alarm. It can raise an alarm and say, clean me. So a lot of our predictive maintenance kind of technologies, again, like, quite software centric, and we have used a lot of machine learning in that. Thank you.
No, so I think very heartening to hear this, and I know you have only scratched the surface. I do hope that you reach 1,000 engineers and your number of customer grow, farther from here. It's just a beginning, because the overall, the amount of scope that exists, the market size is so large. I'm sure you would hit you would grow, then there'll be consolidation phase, then you again grow. I think you are only at the first plateau. There is a Mount Everest to be climbed. So all the best. Keep up your energy, and we wish you luck. What I'm hearing from all three, I mean, if I have to just take a couple of minutes to consolidate my thoughts, Dushyant is trying to drive efficiency via a better utilization of space. Piyush is trying to get people to be more aware about safety and trying to automate so that per square feet capacity utilization improves, the lives of human beings in the country who people don't care about improves, and Beer is obviously trying to drive up efficiency by having more cargo getting handled in a more accurate way using his automation capability. So what I'm seeing is all three of you in your own different way trying to drive up efficiency in logistic, drive up safety in logistic, and make the whole equation more wholesome for your customer. And whenever you're adding value to your customer, like all three of you are trying to do, in the end you end up doing great. Because I mean, some of the most customer obsessed companies, one that obviously comes to my mind is Amazon, right? They never cared about how much money they are making. They just cared. They're called customer obsessed. They just get obsessed what customer wants, and profits follow. So as long as you're obsessed about making the lives, and I always say this, that in India, despite the whole Indian story is, despite all the problems, because of entrepreneurs and senior CEOs and MDs like you, who are driving up these changes, who are taking up these challenges, who are trying to create this value in the ecosystem. So all credit to you to make India continue on its path despite all the problems that country faces. There are a lot of in India there is a lot of noise, right? There are 1.2 billion of us. There are equal number of politicians, and there are equal number of bureaucrats, and there are equal number of state machinery, district machinery, and to keep all of it in your stride and still making things work and improving things, I think it's a great credit to the Indian entrepreneur and senior management community. So please keep up the good work. I mean, it's great to hear from you. I would have loved to continue this conversation, but frankly, I got all the inputs that I wanted from three of you. I wish you luck. I would like to thank PhD CCI for inviting me, for having me. I hope I could add some value. We at EY, just to share with you, we at EY, I'm building logistic practice at EY. We are helping companies find capital, M&A, and we've been fairly successful. Would be happy to exchange note offline with you, and would like to understand about your companies a little better. So thank you so much. I unfortunately have to abort the conversation, but I would hand it over to Ajay to take it forward from here. And thank you, Dushyant. Thank you, Mr. Saraswat. Thank you, Beer. And thank you, Piyush.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Divyanshi. Thank you very much for sparing your time and moderating the session. At the last moment, we know that we had requested you at a very short time to moderate the session, but thanks for accepting it. And thank you,
No
Dr.
problem.
Saras, for sparing your time and accepting our invitation to be the chief guest for this panel discussion. We really have a very insightful details about the industry from your aspect as well. And we really love to look forward for your participation in other programs of the PhD chamber as well. So thank you very much for all the speakers as well for coming on board and talking about the industry, that how the industry can look forward post COVID-19 and what are all the challenges the industry is right now facing. So we
Yeah.
definitely look forward for more such insightful sessions, sir. And thank you all for your time and participation.
So,
Thank
Ajay, just one thing, because there
Yeah,
was one
please.
question which says, like, so automation will increase the unemployment in India. So I would just like to answer, like,
Yeah, please, please go ahead.
so one thing is that, like, so what we call employment, like somebody going into the sewer, do we call it as a employment? Somebody lifting 40-50 kgs for 8 hours, do we call it a employment? So automation basically, if you see now, so what we are doing in automation, we are reducing this kind of things. Human beings are not made to lift all this kind of weights continuously. Human beings are not made to go inside the sewer and clean the sewer. So all these things are not made for human beings. We are different.
That's correct.
Something which is like intellectual kind of a stuff. So I will say automation is basically, like, killing all this kind of stuff which human beings are not supposed to do. And thank you very much for inviting us. We all enjoyed it. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
And let's stay in touch, all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. Ajay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, sir. I'm good. How are you, sir?
I am terrific as usual. I am just seeing some YouTube video on how to cut pineapple, and I was wondering that this is the new webinar, and we have to learn how to cut pineapple now.
No, sir. This is actually the video from Victorinox. So they are displaying their cutlery over here in our virtual booth.
Ah, okay, got that. So, when are others likely to join? Because Jayant said that you should join around 3:30.
So Mr. Jayant had already joined, sir, and yeah, I believe we are waiting for the others to join now.
Okay, I can't see Jayant. Hi, Jayant, are you there?
Yeah, I believe his camera. Hello.
Hi, Jayant. Hi, Jayant. Jayant, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Sir, your mic is on mute, I believe. If you can just unmute it. I believe now. Am I audible, sir?
Jay, I can hear you, Jay. I can't hear.
I believe their audio get disconnected.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because it was seeing over here, his audio is not connected with us.
Okay.
Mohiji, can you see what is the?
Can you connect from a Chrome browser? I think you connected from Safari. Can you connect from a Chrome browser?
I don't know whether Jayant can hear.
If we can write
Now
it in the
his
chat.
audio is started now. Okay.
You're
okay.
asking Jayant, right?
Yes. I'll just call him.
Yeah.
Mohiji, can we stop this video?
We can, yes.
Yeah, please do that. Hello.
And we are live stream. Should I stop the stream?
Yeah, now we are
of course.
able to hear you, sir.
You are saying people can see us and listen to us?
Yeah, that's why.
Yes,
that's
sir.
why we had played the video.
Oh, please stop us. Please stop the live stream.
Let me see what can be done.
But I'm sure some session would be going on right now.
No, this is the only session that's going to happen right now.
Also, currently there is a time gap in between, is it?
Yes.
I think we need to stop the live stream in that case. Or else you again come back to.
Yeah, let
Session
me.
paused.
No, this won't work.
So then you restart that video. Yeah? It's not right.
Yeah, let's restart the video because once the stream is on.
Yeah, obviously. Maybe you can stop the recording also. Are there only 25 participants allowed for this? It says participants 7 of 25. Or this is from the speaker side. Can't hear you. Ajay can't hear you.
Am I audible, sir, now?
Yeah, now you're audible.
I'm saying it is for the panelists. Basically, the 25 panelists can join this session,
Okay.
not for the participants. So I believe there is no limit on this platform.
Okay. And how many people were there in the audience who were listening to this?
I need to check because I'm also not able to see that. I have to go to the live streaming site and then I need to see that how many people are live over there.
Okay. Okay.
But what we are thinking is that I'll discuss with Mr. Kochar as well. That when Mr. Talin Kumar will join, so we will request Mr. Mohit Ramani if he can do a walkthrough of the exhibition set. Also, that how those virtual stalls have been put up and how this virtual platform is basically shaping this industry to do the exhibitions and to interact with the visitor buyers over there.
That's perfect. That's wonderful.
I believe you can also see that how this virtual platform is happening, how the exhibitors are participating over here, and how the stalls are looking like. So all those
Correct.
things, it will be
Correct.
an experience for you also.
And who knows, this could become the new norm now.
Like it can be, sir.
Yeah.
And the best advantage is that people anywhere from the world can join this. The best
That's
part
right.
for the exhibitions on virtual platform is. So just give me a
Correct.
moment. Play.
Yeah, I think my camera switched on.
Yeah, Jayant, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, and I can also
Okay,
see
so
a
good.
small
Now
of
I'm
yours
on
on
your
the screen.
platform and not the phone. And can you see me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. So we're on. Now we
How
have
are
to wait
you?
for the others.
How are you? Long
Good,
time.
yeah. Good to see you. Yeah, very long time. How are things with you? What's happening? Are you at home, office?
Pretty much office. So if you're asking about the personal front, yes, things are terrific as usual. But business obviously is practically not there.
Yeah, of course. But no, but your office is functioning or you're working from home or what's happening?
Pretty much in the office. We opened our office in May itself, but most people, because of the restrictions on coming to Gurgaon, so most people started coming in from June. So we have our full-fledged office operational.
Okay. Who else have we got here?
And how are the things at your end?
Good, yeah. I mean, fairly busy actually because everyone's grappling with what to do, how to do it, open to ideas, discussions. It's a tough time.
Absolutely.
But, it's something that we all have to deal with and move on here. So
I know, that's right. We have to move on in any case.
Yeah.
Sir, a small thing which we were discussing.
Yeah?
Am I audible, sir?
Very much.
Yes.
Okay. So we were discussing that Mr. Talin Kumar will join us in the session. So can we do we can do a walkthrough for the expo area as well. Mr. Ramani, who had provided us this platform to do the exhibition on a virtual platform. So he will just give us a go through that how this expo looks like on a virtual platform, who all companies are participating in it, and how this platform works for the exhibitors.
Yeah, you did that in one of the earlier sessions, maybe all the earlier sessions also. So that's fine, do it. But let's keep it brief because I guess by now most people who are coming would have seen it.
Right, Mohitji. Mohitji, we will keep
you on mute. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Devraj.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear everybody?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
this screen is shifting, sometimes towards the right and sometimes towards the left.
Yeah.
Okay, in the meantime, Jayant, I think, should we not introduce ourselves first?
Okay, I just have now got a problem
Can I just say a few things about, because it's a new platform, so we probably I just request everyone to not change the layout from the top menu, because it will change it for everyone, even for the viewers. So I will be managing that, and my team will be managing that from the backend. Okay. Viewers see, and this is a participant only, like a speaker only portal, and the visitors are having a different interface altogether. And yeah, like Mr. Ajay said, I'll take you through just to understand how it is. And please, one more thing, just one request, if possible, if you're not speaking, then please put yourself on mute, because we have experienced some glitches in our previous session, so it would be better if we just go glitch free in this one.
Sure. Okay, Mohit, can you now reset it so that we can see everybody? Because I can't see anyone.
Yes, sure.
The problem, Jayant, is the moment it does it, it will be live streaming. So they can't stop the live streaming if they stop the video.
No, I'm saying as of now, I can't see anybody on the screen. I can only see a big panel that says
So
shared item.
I think we are anyways ready to start. Probably I can just live stream everybody, so we know that it is there. Okay.
Blossom, hi, how are you? Can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm mute.
I think you're in mute, yeah.
Blossom, maybe you will need to speak a bit louder.
Pardon?
You will need to speak a bit louder so that we all can hear you.
Okay, I'll speak louder.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, the volume's a little bit lower at your end.
So
Yeah.
long. Yeah. Rajesh, Debraj. Okay, Mohit.
And we are waiting for Bharti Man and for Harsh. Mohit, can you call, or Ajay, can you call and check if they are coming on?
I'm here only, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying we're waiting for Bharti Man and for
Yes, sir. I'm just on their number only.
okay, and Talin Kumar.
Yes, sir. Obviously. So we got the
Okay,
message.
Harsh sends a message that he is here and trying to start the video and audio.
And so we got a message from Mr. Talin Kumar office that he will join at exactly 4 o'clock. So they have done the big testing. They said that we'll join sharp at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Harsh, hi, how are you?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm doing very well. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Hi, Ash.
Hi, good evening.
Mohit, anyway, we can get to know how many people are on stream, and what about questions and all that? Can't hear you.
So my team will be putting up all the questions that will be asked from the visitors on the chat button over here at the bottom, and then yeah, we can take it up one by one.
So do we need to do something? Do I need to do something to see them, or how do?
On the right side, just below the participant window, you will see a chat.
Chat.
Button.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you can. Yeah. There's an arrow which you can like sort of slide up and down.
Okay, and when we've got everyone on, then once again, just remind everyone not to mess with the settings on top.
Yeah, I'll do that once again.
Okay, so as I was saying, Jayant, in the meantime, we can perhaps introduce ourselves to each other. So shall I start?
Please do.
Yeah, okay. So hi, friends. My name is Rajesh Jain. I'm the Managing Director and CEO for Lacoste India. We have our manufacturing unit here. We manufacture Lacoste branded apparel only for India market, and we have a distribution throughout the country. We have 50 points of sale and in all types of possible channels of distribution for a premium lifestyle brand. So that's what we are, and that's about me. So maybe somebody else can take it up and introduce herself or himself.
Okay. Thank you, Rajesh. Nice to meet you again. I think we met in a platform just a few days back. I mean, few months back now. The days seems months now, and the months seems days now. Yeah. So I work for Victorinox, and I handle the marketing division for Victorinox, and also I am the watch division head. So I have a dual role in this company. Victorinox is an 136-year-old establishment. It's a Swiss company making Swiss knives from the start, and then they later increased their portfolio onto kitchen knives, travel gear, watches, and perfumes. In India, we're a subsidiary of Victorinox, and we mainly do our business from third-party retailers, like people who buy the brand, the products from us and they sell. We do not have any Victorinox per se stores in India as of now, but we have it in the 2021 plan. I mean, after the subsidiaries form, you always need to give a 5 years time before we actually start getting into retail. So we have a format called Gute Rising, which means happy journey. So that's a platform which we run, wherein we sell Victorinox, and we also have brands like Wenger and Swiss Gear, which are owned by the House of Victorinox. So yeah, that's about it for me. So it's a Swiss company. It's very exciting, challenging to work in an in luxury arena. Although we would call ourselves luxury, we are kind of rich to luxury, but then we believe the entire process of luxury that we follow. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Devraj. Thanks, Rajesh. So I'm Harsh. I am part of a startup in India called Ofores. What we've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years in existence that we've been is helping companies around distribution, supply chain, visibility. So basically, for manufacturers, beyond the first sale, beyond the distributors, till the end consumption is where we operate in. We have a product that we have in terms of a software solution, but also a lot of consultative approach that we bring in to be able to set this visibility and thus solve multiple use cases, whether it is inventory related, whether it is engagement with channel and consumers, and so on and so forth. So exciting times, and kind of the COVID situation has actually accelerated the fact of inventory visibility for a lot of companies in supply chain. So interestingly, a lot of use cases opened for us also. So yeah, happy to be here and happy to share whatever we've learned today.
Hi, Bharti, welcome on. And everyone's just doing a quick introduction to themselves. So would you like to go with that?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Bharti Maan. I'm a director with SAP and leading their digital transformation and innovation advisory services. And I look forward to sharing the words of wisdom with you, as well as learning from my co-panelists and from the questions that my audience will ask to wisen us up. I look forward to an exciting session. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Can't hear you, Blossom.
Blossom, you can go ahead. We can hear you now.
I can't hear. It is very. I can't hear. On what? No, I think it is something from everywhere. It's not. I don't know. They're talking. Can I switch it off and switch it
Bharti, you've got somebody roaming around in the house with a machine gun in hand, but please don't stop him because it adds a lot of life to the otherwise very boring proceedings if we have kids running around and dogs. Anyone who has a dog, bring them on your lap. It's much better.
I know.
Actually, today SAP had the Children's Day, so that was the meeting that I was just wrapping up, and we were allowed to have kids with us. So my
That's
kids
great.
were, I mean, you can see this behind me, a vast forest here in Ranikhet. So kids are definitely playing hunters today. So
Oh, you are Ranikhet. I was wondering where that lovely view was.
yeah, these are the pine trees behind me. You can see them.
Super. Yeah,
And
looks
don't
great.
get surprised if you see a leopard behind me. So
So is it allowed? Are the resorts open and one can go and stay there?
sir, this is my home.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Some of us,
you come
Rajesh,
from Ranikhet.
Yeah,
But then
I mean,
it's
we are
different.
quite the mountain lovers. So we have apartments in Shimla, Kullu, and Ranikhet. So
Now,
this
don't
is
make us feel jealous, Bharti.
I don't have
Especially
to.
now. Yeah, like,
I
I mean,
can't hear.
true.
Yeah, so
Okay,
we are
Blossom,
here
are you
for
ready?
quite some time.
Blossom, are you?
Yeah, I
Can you
don't
hear
think
us?
they. Okay. Is it only me that I can't hear? I can't hear
Yeah, I
what's
think
going on.
it's only here. You can't hear at all. You can't hear anything.
I can't hear at all. What is this?
Oh, there's
Okay,
something
do you
with the
have?
settings. Mohit, maybe you can take over and do something about it.
Blossom, when you're trying to run the video as well as the audio, I think you will be facing a problem. If there is some issue, then try switching off the video and connect only through the audio.
Ma'am, I have another suggestion. If you could join from Chrome, you're using a Mozilla browser, sorry, a Safari browser right now. Okay, now you're connected.
Yeah, she's connected and we can
Pardon?
see.
So I can.
Blossom, can you hear us? Because she was connected earlier, but we couldn't. She couldn't hear us, and we couldn't hear.
Okay, 1 second. Let me try something.
But you're right, because Safari didn't work for me. I had to change to Chrome.
Yeah, even in my laptop, it didn't work. So I had to change to Chrome. But luckily, I know Mohit and he had told me about this thing
Yes.
before also.
Yeah.
Chalo, your favorite one. He
And
didn't
we
tell
can
us.
hear you now, but
Okay.
it's
My audio
very
and video
faint.
is on. My phone
Okay,
is also on.
Blossom, we can hear you, but quite
Is
faintly.
that better?
Can you hear us? Blossom, can
A different kind of one.
Jayant, your
Mohit, I
voice is
think you
also
need to
gone. Yeah, it's come back. Come back.
Oh, that's because I was for a change quiet.
Okay. I was wondering that Jayant is on screen and one can't hear Jayant.
No.
Today I decided that we will do a little bit of impression on everybody. So I decided to wear a Lacoste t-shirt for Rajesh.
Okay.
Carry a Victorinox. My kids have taken away my Victorinox thing for Arsh. And then I decided to put the makeup from Blossom,
Wow.
But,
Wow.
but Jayant, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything for you and Devraj. So I hope that you people will really forgive me for.
Well, that's so flattering. Thank you, Bharti. But you
Yeah.
should display your Lacoste logo on your chest.
It's not in that great a shape.
I know.
When
I'm just
This is
joking.
like, this is
I
like
am-
Just
Intel
kidding.
inside.
Yeah, I came in my most comfortable clothes, so I cannot wear the formals like Devraj is wearing. And
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's been a protocol for us for very long. I've been working for these kind of brands that always forces us to be on a suit. So it's kind of become a skin on me now.
no, it's a skin for all of us. But this is the time when I'm playing Snake. So
Yeah.
Okay, Mohit, can you hear? Can you hear
I mean,
me?
how can you enjoy 2 months of non-stop being at a hill station? And it's like a magic. And
I think we'll have to do something about Blossom before we start. Otherwise, she's just not there.
Mohit
Yeah,
sir,
but we're already half an hour behind schedule, so we can't delay it. Mohit, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. She's actually.
Oh, sorry.
I think trying
supposed to start at 4.
Is Talin sir also joining?
He said he joined at 4, but it's now 4 and he hasn't joined. So he should be coming soon.
Yeah, I worked with Talin sir when he was leading this single window of clearance portal project, eBiz portal project in 2013-14 time frame. He's quite a tough taskmaster, huh? I mean, I was leading from Infosys and he was leading from Ministry. He was joint secretary at that time, and we used to call him JSTK. So the name JSTK would inspire a lot of things.
Mohit, is it being streamed live right now?
Yes, it is. Because we started at.
How reassuring.
Okay, so Mohit, for one, my question: do we know how many people are watching and listening right now, or do we any way to keep track of that?
So we're at 17 right now, 17.
Okay, and secondly, where are you with helping Blossom to get on?
We're talking to her. Let me just give her a call once.
I think best to ask her to get on to Chrome, because that's what worked with me and Bharti, so might be best.
I think that's what she's doing. She's dropped off from here. Let me connect with her on phone and then try.
Bharti can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm just saying that Mohit, he and his team created this great video conferencing and virtual exposition software, which is really great to see.
Yeah. Mohit, is it being streamed live on YouTube, or this is a particular platform only?
Only on this platform, as far as I know.
Yeah, this is on the platform. I'm supposed to give everybody a quick demo on where it is streamed and all. So I'll do that in a while. I'm just trying to patch in Blossom Kocha. So
and Talin also.
And Talin, I think they have joined. Let me ask them to share the video.
Yeah, Talin sir seems to have joined.
Yes, I am joined.
Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Kumar. Can you hear us all? And
good evening. Yeah, I can hear you all. Yes.
Okay, good. We're just waiting for one more panelist to sort out the audio and video. Video will take a couple of moments, and then we can get started.
Good evening, Talin sir. This is Bharti Man.
Good evening. So how are you?
Very good, sir. Yeah. So remember from the eBiz days when we were solving the problem for single window.
Great to see you again.
Same here, sir.
Okay. So where are you now these days? Where are you working?
Sir, SAP.
So that is a good place to work now.
Yeah.
Especially, in the pandemic situation, SAP is a good place to be in.
Definitely, sir.
What are the new things you are doing there?
The new things that we are doing there, one, we are working on a portal for migrant workers, which is there. Second, we are working on certain analytics projects, certain reports and other analytics information. But our public sector exposure is a little less. So, but we are working on a lot of...
It is present in many CPSCs.
Yeah. It's a great backend software.
But many people regard it as proportionately expensive.
That is true, sir. It's a German thing, and definitely there are...
So unless you have huge volumes, you will not be able to justify the initial
initial cost of establishing it.
That is true. That is why you even in railways so far we have not been able to implement it. You know, it's been a discussion going on for such a long time.
Railways wants to come on, Gem. We are integrating with railways.
Yeah, I
Their
hear a lot of.
annual procurement is 70,000 crores per annum.
Yeah, we are actually working. I mean, we informally, I'm also associated with the NESCOM, and I'm also associated with an organization called CEPR, Center of Economic Policy Research, where we are doing a lot of informal work for government, and we were doing a report on MSMEs in consulting sector.
Mohit, what's the update on Blossom?
Mohit?
We're trying to connect with her offline, asking her to connect via Chrome browser.
They have
Ajay,
some browser issues, sir. So I am on the call with them. So we are just connecting them through the
Mohit,
Chrome
why
browser.
don't we get started? Why don't you do the run through of the expo and all that?
Yeah,
yeah,
by
I will,
you can do that.
I will do that. Sure. So what I'll do is I'll basically share my screen. So you at the center of the screen you'll be seeing what I will do first, and on the right side the video will move out. So I will do that. You can see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, now we can.
Okay. So the portal is basically vrse2020.exposim.io. So that's the URL for the event. We log in through our credentials that we registered with. So when you enter, if there is a session happening live, so we directly land onto the conference area where people can see. So the portal is basically vrse2020. What I was basically, we were able to listen to ourselves. So what it allows you to do is you can go to the lobby area, which is locked right now because the live session is happening. So people directly land onto the auditorium. However, you can still you can check out the agenda. You can check out previous sessions. You can go to the partner section and see who all are the partners, and you can visit their stalls. There is a help desk area for people to go to, and if they have any queries, they can discuss with the exhibitor or the organizer over here itself in real time. Then they can check out the entire company list from here. We can go to the exhibition area. So this is our exhibition area. I am using my mouse to look around and move around. I can tap anywhere on the floor and I can explore that area as if I'm actually walking around. So we can go to the stalls one by one and see information about the company. We can check out images, what they have shared. We can check the visiting cards of the company. If we intend to download something, or if we intend to collect some visiting cards, we can collect from here. We can check out the brochures. So we can read them, and again, if you're interested, we can download that. So all this collection we can make. So similarly, if we want, we can chat in real time with the exhibitor. This person is offline, but they will still receive my message. And they can reply to me, and I can come back later and have a discussion with them, and set up more calls for later. So this acts as an initial entry point for discussions and the lead generation. I can further check out the company videos. That has been promoted by the company. So this way, I can look around. I can go to any exhibition stall and talk to these people and collect information that is relevant to me. So now what I'll do is I'll take all of us to the Victronics stall, Victorinox. Sorry, my bad. And I'll ask sir to introduce the company and just tell us a few things about the company. And yeah, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Victorinox is a 136-year-old Swiss watch company. The story starts with a 24-year-old Swiss person wanting to make a mark in his village when he thought of elevating the lifestyles of his fellow countrymen. Switzerland was a poor country, by the way, at that point of time. Okay, and so he decided to make large, big knives, which were used at home for cooking. So he converted his home into a factory. He took people around the villages who helped him make this. And then his mother, who was a saleswoman at a very high point of sale for hats that was visited by a lot of people with money at that point of time. And there she was working as a saleswoman. So she allowed her son and got the permission to sell the knives there. And she was basically the saleswoman for his son's knife. So that is how the mother and the son started the story. And then the turning thing happened when the Swiss army was looking for a multi-tool. They wanted a knife along with some other functions with it, which the army can carry with them comfortably within their pockets. And this had to have a multi-tool functionality, as I already said. So at this point of time, it was the innovative brain of Mr. Carl Elsner, whom I'm talking about, who decided in creating a Swiss knife, which was the compact form with 5 features and functions that it had. And that was taken over by the Swiss army. And after that, it's been history. I think from that day onwards, it's been a triumphant journey for this new product and for the new company. It's 4 generations that is running the business. This is a family business as of now. And later, the company increased their portfolio of products into watches, Swiss watches, travel gear, and perfume. So we basically have 5 product categories, including Swiss Army knives, kitchen knives, travel gear, watches, and perfume. In India, we are a subsidiary in India, and we sell all these products. We, of course, import them from Switzerland. We store them in our warehouses here. So nothing is made in India. Most of our products are made in Switzerland, except for the bags, which are made in different parts of the world. And in India, we started this journey of being a 100% subsidiary from 2016. So we're about 4 years old. We still do not have a retail presence as of now from Victorinox, but I think the near future, about 2021, is when we plan to have our first Victorinox store. Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Victorinox.
Thank you so much. So this is a small effort from us to bring the industry, the buyers and sellers together through this platform, and I hope you guys liked it. And a very special thanks to all the exhibitors who have taken up this innovation challenge with us and have become a part of this thing by participating and by supporting us for this initiative of ours. So I'll stop my session stream now, and I'll bring back the video. So do we have Blossom back? So Mr. Kocha, would you like to start? So take over now.
All right, and I'm assuming that you will patch Blossom in as soon as she is able to join us.
It's not yet.
So welcome everybody to what is the 4th technical session of this very interesting event, the e-seminar on elevating customer experience excellence in the next normal. Now it's interesting that we've got this session 4th and last, because this is the one where it's the front line. It's the one where we're really talking about customers, the front end of retail. This is actually what retail is all about, the front end. But yet somehow we keep getting this wrong and think the front end can be pushed to the back. I mean, in our country, we've got a fabulous program for Make in India, and that's wonderful. I keep wondering what happens to Make in India if we don't have a program to sell in India. Because unless you're creating the demand at the front end, there's no point in all the effort on supply chain, logistics, manufacturing, everything else that goes behind. We need to focus more on customers, delivering value to them, and really making sure there's an active demand for our products. But anyway, the good news is that we're here, and we're here to talk about this, and we're here in this very interesting and challenging time to really shed some light and guide the way forward that people can improve customer experience and achieve much better results. To start with, I'm going to request our chief guest for this event, who is the CEO of the government e-marketplace. This is one of the most exciting and interesting innovations by the government. It's a marketplace where people can, get onto it and sell directly to government. It's a great need, and I congratulate the government on doing it and on Mr. Talin Kumar for guiding this forward. So, Mr. Kumar, it'll be great to hear some opening remarks from you and your views on the current environment.
How long are you giving to me in terms of, is there a time constraint or?
7-8 minutes. I mean, what
maybe quick remarks, or I just wanted to make sure that if I'm brief in the beginning, I still get a chance to come
You'll get
in.
all the chances you need, sir. No problem.
Okay. So let me make some opening remarks which are very crisp and to the point. And I want to incorporate a little bit of this, the theme of the conference today, which is customer satisfaction, and how GEM is dealing with it. So let me initially tell you about GEM, and then talk to you about the voice of the customer initiative. This is what we call it in GEM, the voice of the customer initiative. So that is a separate vertical in GEM. So GEM is, many people think about GEM as a pure platform where it's just meant for government buyers to come and buy, and the sellers will supply. So let me tell you that it is much more than that, actually, and that is what I want to explain to you. So the vision of GEM has been expounded by the Honorable Prime Minister himself. And what he has said is that GEM should drive the 3 pillars. The first pillar is inclusivity. So you would have watched him several times say that छोटा से छोटा seller बिना टेंडर के किसी भी गवर्नमेंट बायर को बेच सकता है. So in a way, he's captured the essence of GEM: transparency, inclusivity, usability, and cost effectiveness. So the first pillar, therefore, is inclusivity. The second pillar that he has asked us to drive is usability and transparency. He wants more and more users to come on GEM, more and more buyers to come on GEM, more and more MSME sellers, self-help groups, TriFed members, weavers, craftsmen, artisans, all of them to come on GEM and take benefit of this whole gamut of public procurement. In any country, if you see, public procurement has always been a tool to help domestic manufacturing and to generate domestic investment. That is how it has been positioned in most countries. And India is no different. And the third pillar that he wants us to drive is cost effectiveness and efficiency. And recently, you would be happy to know that World Bank has carried on an assessment of GEM, both in terms of how cost effective it is, what are the savings from GEM, and how transparent it is. On both fronts, the World Bank has found that GEM is tremendously cost effective. And the figure that I can give to you quickly is they examined over 1.63 lakh tenders on GEM for the last complete 1 year, January to January kind of year, January 19 to January 2020. And they came to the conclusion that on the median price, so median is taken as the fair market value, because I'm not comparing with others. So this is a good statistical technique to look at GEM and then try to derive the savings from GEM. So what they are doing is they are looking at the median price and looking at the least L1, the price discovery. And they found that the discovered price through bidding is about 9.75% lower than the median price in GEM. So that is quite a strong finding and endorsement by the World Bank of the practices in GEM, and this is going to improve further. Another interesting finding they had was, for every one seller coming on GEM, incremental seller, or joining the bidding process, 0.55% is saved for the government in public procurement. Another very strong figure and an average figure. And the third finding is that if buyers do away with the criteria of experience, you see many buyers start saying, I will only buy from this vendor provided he has 3 years of experience applying to government. Now, if you take away that clause, which is true for many startups, and that has also propelled savings. So 3 very critical findings from the World Bank. So this is the vision of GEM, and in terms of numbers so far, we have about more than 56,000 crore of procurement which has happened in the past 4 years or so since the inception of GEM. We have about 4 lakh vendors, out of which about 26% or so are MSMEs. We have about 14,000 women and entrepreneurs. We have about 5,000 TriFed members already, members from tribal communities who have uploaded their products through TriFed. We have set the process rolling for onboarding 22 lakh weavers and 18 lakh craftsmen. And this database has been given to us from Ministry of Textiles. And we are targeting the 92 lakh Udyog Aadhaar memorandum, the database people from. Can I be seen because I'm shut off from here and says shared items? Okay, now I'm back. So basically, I'm targeting the 92 lakh Udyog Aadhaar memorandum MSMEs who are on MSME portal, but with consent we have integrated. So wherever we are doing, we are setting up a system. So it's not an ad hoc onboarding, it is a thorough system. So once the vendor comes on Udyog Aadhaar memorandum, he gives his consent to come on GEM, and I bring him on my registration page and he registers. Those who don't want to come need not come to my portal. So this is how we are trying for an exponential increase in the onboarding of vendors onto GEM. So this is where we are. And in terms of GEM 4.0, there are many buyers who wanted new features and new functionalities and new catalog management processes. So I'll give you a glimpse of what that is in a nutshell, and how we are migrating towards GEM 4.0 by September. And even as we are migrating towards 4.0, we are thinking about GEM 5.0, and I'll quickly explain what that is. So GEM 4.0 in a nutshell is the embodiment of all such features and functionalities which large buyers like railways, like central public sector undertakings, like oil and gas CPSEs, like Ministry of Defense, they have been wanting. And what they want is, basically they are saying that, okay, if you have a catalog, can I upload a drawing which contains many specifications of many products? And can you allow us to upload, and that goes for bidding? So we have enabled that also. We are going to enable that functionality. So a buyer can come along, upload any set of design documents and start bidding. One. Second is, they wanted a functionality that if they come on and see a category in GEM and they don't find a specification, can they put a specification on the fly and start bidding? We have enabled that also by what is known as, those who are familiar with object-oriented programming. What we will do is we will create an instance of the category for the buyer at that point in time for that bid. He can come in, put his specification, and that goes out for bidding. My parent category does not get disturbed. And when we learn that this buyer is adding this specification, the platform learns about it, and then we add that specification. Next time he visits, he need not do that. He can just straight away bid from GEM. The third functionality they wanted was across multiple categories, can I upload only one drawing? Typically, let us say for big, large sector oil and gas plants, they have valves, they have pipes, they have 40, 50 different items, and each one of them has about 20, 30, 40 specifications. So you're looking at 1,000, 2,000 specifications, which is not possible for a human being to come on a platform and start entering. So the issue was, can I upload one drawing across 40 categories? Well, the answer is yes, we are going to enable that also. So these are some of the powerful functionalities. In addition, GEM will be anchored in what is known as a unified procurement system, which I suggested to the government, and government has agreed. And you will find in para 48 of the finance minister's budget speech, it says that GEM is moving towards a unified public procurement system in the country. And what it means is, when a person goes on GEM, he does bidding as a marketplace. When he goes on a central public procurement portal, he starts publishing bids. Now you will readily agree with me when I tell you that publishing is not as efficient and is not as powerful as a marketplace. So clearly, marketplace wins is several notches better than a publishing portal. And if GEM can enable a marketplace, GEM can definitely do publishing. It's nothing for me, because in publishing you lose several information, but if you want to go for publishing, you can. So what I have done is, a person should come on GEM. He will have to generate a GEM availability report and past transaction summary. It will be mandatory for him to do so, a buyer. If he doesn't do so, he is attracting deviations, and he will be pulled up by audit, and it will be a violation of the norms set by government. So he has to come on GEM, he has to generate the availability report, he has to take the past transaction summary, and then if he finds that it is on GEM, then he procures from GEM. If he finds that it is not on GEM, I give him the option of publishing the tender right there on GEM. This is also what many public sector enterprises wanted. So they don't have to hop from GEM and then on CPPP again back to GEM. They don't need to do that. So they get single user experience while coming on GEM. And this is, in summary, what I have described as a unified public procurement system, where the functionalities of the publishing procurement portals will be brought on GEM. And then this was on the catalog side and the publishing side. If you come on the software side, I have completed more than 275 processes in the last 1 year. And only by refining, cleaning, introducing new processes. And for GEM 4.0, we have 200 more lined up, and it will all be done by September. So we are working very fast and very intensely and moving towards 4.0. And the functionalities that I will enable are some of the functionalities that you cannot even think of in the manual system, like demand aggregation. So demand aggregation is very difficult in an offline environment, but we are going to enable that. Then consignee-wise, item-wise bidding. Let us say there is one bid for 100 items. Each item we want to discover L1 price. Can you do that? So we will go live with that functionality. Similarly, price variation clause. Many tenders have price variation clause over a period of time, because the nature is such that over a period of time the prices vary. So can you enable that on GEM in the marketplace? So we are going to enable that. We are going to enable a one-time caution money deposit from sellers, so that they are honest, and if they are they cannot decline orders. If they get an order, they have to be disciplined, and if they don't, the amount will be forfeited. Similarly, we are in the process of enabling many other features and functionalities, such as EMD, totally online, like a wallet for the seller. So he doesn't have to hop again and again and get EMDs. He can just come once, and he knows that this is my money that is there, and I can bid so much. And if he wants to bid more than that and he needs more EMD, he has to get a refill done for his EMD. So he doesn't have to hop again and again and get new EMDs. Similarly, for bank guarantees, the buyer will not have to enable the bank guarantee. Once it is there, it is there. So these features will reduce the cost of doing business for an MSME significantly on GEM. And there is no cost for registration. Registration takes for online validation is done with PAN, GSTN, MCA 21, everything. We are integrated with all these portals. So the validation is very much there, but it takes only 5-7 minutes. So all these functionalities have been enabled. Now I'll briefly describe the voice of the customer for which we are all here. And we are doing I'll give you the gist of what we are trying to do. Number one intervention, we have taken 4 interventions. Number one is, we have said that when a seller wants to complain to somebody, the call typically lands at a place called the first level is called the L0 in call center parlance. Now that L0 typically is not connected well with the system is what I feel in many cases. So the first initiative that in businesses can take is make sure that the L0 is integrated internally with all their entire systems, so that he can readily pick up the status of a complaint and the expected time of completion of that pendency and relay it to the caller. Because the grievance is not because his job is not done. His grievance is there because you cannot tell him where it is pending and the expected time of completion. These are the 2 reasons why a person is annoyed. When he comes to you and he is annoyed because he does not find answers to these 2 simple questions. He says, is it pending? You should say, yes, it is pending here. And what is the expected time by which it will get completed? This is the time. If you tell him these 2 things and you stick to that, his grievance will be minimized. He knows that everything that he says cannot be done quickly, but there is a timeline to it. So I guess that integration is very important. Number 2 is, once he escalates that integration from L0 to, let us say, L1 or L2, do you have a system in your company who can really answer that fellow based on complications? L0 may not be able to handle. Can L1 handle? Can L2 handle? Do you have those people in place? That is also very important. Number 3 is that there are many areas where the seller complains not only to the help desk, but to 10 other people in the organizations, because that's the normal tendency in India. चलो सीईओ को जल्दी बता दो, उनको बता दो, 10 आदमी को और बता दो, हो सकता है कि आपका जल्दी हो जाए. So we should not blame the seller. Seller is doing these things because he's anxious for a solution to his problem. Now, what can we do? What we should do is, there has to be a system of aggregation of these complaints. So you should tell your employees, if you get an email, all of you should forward it to a particular email ID where it will get aggregated. So solutions like Freshdesk and all call centers have this solution. So aggregation becomes very important. And if you don't aggregate, you cannot see through the life cycle of a grievance. So the life cycle of grievance has to be built into your organization so that the customer is satisfied. Then another intervention is the CEO's dashboard. I should be able to see for myself what complaints are originating from which point in real time and have a drill down approach or a roll up approach. Then another thing we are intervening is on the virtual assistant, not a simple chatbot. A virtual assistant should be able to tell me contextually where I am trapped. If I am trapped in registration, then it should pop up and say, Mr. Kumar, so and so, I think that you have an issue with registration. Do you want any help from me? I am ready to help you. It should not, when he is trying to fill a bid or trying to answer to a bid request, it should not pop up and say, talk about registration. So what I mean to say, the chatbot or the virtual assistant should be contextually driven. And it should also be capable of closing the issue when you land in the virtual assistant. For example, if I start talking to a virtual assistant, I should be able to actually respond to a bid while I am in the virtual assistant. I should not come out of virtual assistant. So that capability has to be given to in the portal. Then the last of all is the learning management system. You have to have a number of videos, a number of tools, so that the source of truth, which is one source in a company, from where the seller will learn, buyer will learn, your own employees will get oriented. So if you want to make a change in one place, everyone gets the same information down the line. So an online learning management system is also very much a part of the voice of the customer initiative. So this was in a nutshell GEM 4.2 and the voice of the customer. And the last I promised I'll tell you about 5.2. 5.2 is nothing but a technology roadmap for the platform. Can I discover any anomalous behavior on the platform? Any anomalous means any, like buyer-seller collusion, like fraud, like extremely low prices, like extremely high prices, like anomalous buying behavior. Is a buyer buying too much more than what he can possibly use? Can I flag the anomalous behavior of the buyer through artificial intelligence and knowledge graphs and machine learning and tell him that what you are doing appears to me to be something which is anomalous and normally and abnormal? Please look into this and rectify your procurement behavior. Can I do that? The answer is yes, we can do that, and we are currently looking at these high-tech interventions to guide us. Then we are talking about blockchain and hyperledger and smart contracts for procurement of medicines, because that generates traceability and trust, and that will form part of the digital supply chain infrastructure for GEM. And we are actually doing a POC, proof of concept, with 2 districts of Uttar Pradesh on hyperledger and smart contracts. Then we should we are going in for advanced analytics and deep learning tools, so that we can analyze our data much better, and we can flag fraudulent patterns of buying and selling. And we are also thinking in terms of creating new technological processes on GEM for 5.2 on these lines, and even enabling procurement planning and monitoring tools. So can a buyer plan his procurement while he is on GEM? Can he buy seamlessly from GEM? All that should be possible. Can we create a mini GEM in the buyer's organization? For example, Mrs. Mann is working in SAP, and many CPSEs are using SAP. Can I create a system by which a buyer can come on his SAP and create a bid in GEM while he is in SAP? So creating a mini GEM within the ERPs of several organizations is what we are thinking of in terms when we talk about 5.0. So we will use cutting edge technology to get to that level. So this is what I had to share in a nutshell. There are many other points, but each one of them will take a long time to discuss. So I will stop here in the interest of time.
To the government. So thank you for that insight. Okay, so we are coming on to the main topic, which is elevating customer experience excellence in the next normal. As you all know, these days, there are new words and new slogans being invented every day for everything. New normal is one of them. Everyone's talking about the new normal. I really find it difficult to understand what's normal about these times. Yes, it's new, but certainly not normal. New normal was coined, I think, after the financial crisis of 2008, and everyone went bankrupt. And so, yes, you had to figure out a way to deal with the new normal of not having any money and being broke. It's not quite that simple now. Yes, we've all gone broke, but it's not just that. We're also locked in our homes. We're also restrained from living normal lives as we knew it. We're restrained from going out, from doing everything that we had habitually got used to doing. And so, if anything, it's the new abnormal or unusual, and certainly not the new normal. We've got 3 people on our panel who are dealing with customers face to face, firsthand, true retailers. And I'm going to ask them to describe to us what's really happening in the marketplace. How is your business impacted and what's going on? So maybe, Debraj, we start with you and you talk about what's happening with Victorinox in terms of the real impact.
It was a very inspiring speech from Mr. Palin, and it's nice to know what's happening in the GEM front. We at Victorinox also need this tool, and we have been dealing with it. So thank you so much for your insightful, Mr. Palin. It's a great platform to learn from you. Coming back to Victorinox, when the COVID started off, in the first few months, we were like, I mean, most of our products are priced high. Like our travel gear is about 35,000. Our watches are about 40,000. So the first month, in the month of March, we were hit by about a 50% down of our business. In the April, we were down by only about 20% is what we were doing then, 80% down. It is then that we realized that we really need to look within ourselves to find out how we can survive. I mean, what is the product that can really let us survive during this time? And we realized that we have a product called the kitchen knife, which today I've exhibited here in the stall, is something which was doing an organic growth of about 10 to 15%. I mean, growth during COVID situation was something which was not expected, but it did grow. And that is what we caught up with. And we realized that the people now are blocked in their homes. They don't have anything to do. And I think the main entertainment that people are doing now is cooking for themselves, some good food for their family and for themselves. And till after that, we put all our machinery together into pushing this product across. And believe me, we are on roughly about 10%, 10 times growth of what we were doing earlier. So like, it's a phenomenal growth that we have seen. So we've actually used the marketplace, which is Amazon primarily, and secondary being Flipkart. What we did is in these platforms, we tried and make our presence better. So like who all are people who are really adapted and who knows these marketplaces, you know, you really have those above the fold pictures, which we call. We really need to get them in place. You need to get some videos in place. You need to get your product.
What do you need? And I'll try and send it to you. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, there is a voice interruption happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just mute everyone except the speaker, and whoever's going to speak will unmute themselves.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes. So what we started doing was we started making our presence better. So like coming back to our customer experience, you know, even in online, you have to have an excellent customer experience as well there. So people in the online arena, it's very important to remember for all of us that the attention span of people are very, very less. So in that small attention span that you get online, you really need to catch on to the clients and keep them hooked onto your product. So whatever you're presenting to them in the marketplace has to be very crystal clear. Your information, what you want to pass on, what you want to talk to them, has to be very, very clear on the point. And besides that, the content that we really upload on Amazon is something very important. This content has to be really driven.
Sorry to interrupt you. We'll get to the prescriptions and the suggestions later. We just wanted a very brief thing on what is the situation. So you're saying your online sales.
We are surviving with online business and predominantly with kitchen knife as a category. Our other segments products have come back to about 40% of normal now, but it's the kitchen knife which is actually doing the best. Yeah.
Okay. So very briefly, earlier, what share of your business was offline and online?
Earlier it was about 8% was online, and now I would suggest that it's about 85% which is online.
Okay, so the offline business seems to have really slowed completely, and the online is taking place.
Yeah.
You're saying it's all driven on kitchen knives, and we're hoping that the ladies are buying these to use on the food and not on their husbands, who they're getting irritated and bored by.
No, our research showed it's more men buying it, so that's the difference.
Oh, that's even more scary then.
Yeah.
Rajesh, very briefly, how has Lacoste been impacted? Because I think you had a significant share of offline sales? How has it been impacted?
Sure. So thank you, Jayant. I would like to touch upon the retail in general first, and then I'll also touch upon how Lacoste categories are doing here. And for this, I think if I take some instance from the past and I look back at recession or the demonetization period, etc., I expect that this growth phase will come again, let's say in about 1 to 1.5 years time. But the period during this recovery is very, very challenging. And I'll tell you what is happening in the customer's mind right now. The customer is surely looking for safety and security around the COVID factor. But I also believe that most organized retail offers that safe environment. So customer is not so concerned about safety when they go shopping for an organized retail. What is the concern mainly around is the uncertainty and the inconvenience. And when I say uncertainty and inconveniences, basically the customer doesn't know that what time of the day or what day they should go shopping, because they do not know whether the shops will be open, the mall will be open, or whether this area will be open. Similarly, if you look at some of the cities, let's say if I take an example of Bombay, the footfall had started going up a little when it started reopening. But when Bombay came out with new guidelines saying that it can open, you cannot go beyond 2 kilometers from your area, the sales again went down significantly, and that's happening to entire retail environment, I believe, in the country. In some of these states, you have Saturdays and Sundays off. In some of the cities, you don't even know when it will be off, when it will be on. So what I'm trying to say is that the customer has to carefully plan that on which day and at what time they can go shopping. And that's not how the retail works. The organized retail works on impulse. The customer, if they feel that they want to go out, they should go out and start shopping and start enjoying. And on the top of it, F&B and entertainment, both are not open. These two factors are very, very important for retail environment, because people don't come for shopping only. They come for complete vacation. They come for shopping, they come for F&B, they come for entertainment, they come for kids entertainment also. But unfortunately, these things are not there. But this was from the customer's perspective, but I do believe that slowly and gradually, when the lockdown is being lifted, it should take about 6 to 9 months once the complete lockdown is lifted to stabilize and get back to the slightly normal life. I wouldn't say the growth phase, but yes, the stabilization should occur in 6 to 9 months. If I look at it, how lockdown lifted and how things panned out, initially, we saw that there was a lot of pent-up demand. So the footfall was very low, but the conversion was very high. And on the top of it, the ticket size, the size of the average basket size was very high. The customers who came here, they bought high-value items and more number of items. But as the lockdown is lifting, as the things are coming back, we see that pent-up demand is going away. Similarly, if I see, we also saw that online was doing wonderfully well. In fact, much better than the offline retail, as Devraj also pointed out there. But that online demand is also tapering down now. It's not that they're doing good, but it's not as good as it was being done when the lockdown just started lifting. We also realized that during the initial phases of unlock, the malls were not doing as good as high street. In fact, none of them were doing good. But in comparative terms, malls were doing very bad and high streets were doing slightly better. That we see that skew, though it is still there, but the gap is narrowing down. So what it does tell us that going forward, when the lockdown completely lifts and things start getting back to normal, the difference of the customers' footfall between the malls and the high street should come to the normal category only. And if I talk about Lacoste specifically and the categories that we sell, we see that the maximum sale is happening in polo category. Polo, basically the garment that I am wearing, the polo, that is doing pretty well. And I believe the reason for this is that polo is pretty well accepted now to work from office also. And it's a very comfortable garment to wear when you are working from home. So polo works pretty well for both the work from home and work from office, and hence polo category apparently is doing well. I would just like to summarize this particular session saying that we have seen that this pandemic has created havoc for all of us, especially the retail and especially organized non-essential retail. We have heard a lot of stories from the other parts of the world that a lot of established brands have started closing down their shops. This is a very worrisome factor. Now, if a serious support is not given to retail, then and that serious support has to come A from the government and B from the landlords and developers. If that serious support doesn't come, there is, I think, very soon we will start hearing those similar kind of stories in India also, where several retailers, several brands will have to shut down support. And I'm not talking about some sweet, small stuff that can support for a little time. It does need serious stuff. But I'm also very, very sure and very positive it's only a matter of, let's say, about 1 to 1.5 years when the things will start getting back to normal. But retail needs support to sustain that 1 to 1.5 years from now. And that is how I would put it. And I would like to wrap up this particular question with this answer.
Okay, thanks, Rajesh, and a lot more also. So we, we are. Oh, have we lost Blossom? Okay, we're going to cover all the topics. So I'm just going to request that everyone just, if you can give a very brief, pointed reply so that we can cover everything in a sequence. You notice that we've lost Taleen Kumar. The pressures of running a government and a government business being what they are, he's been called away for a very urgent meeting, and I'm sorry that we will no longer have the benefit and the pleasure of his presence, but we will continue and make it a stimulating and exciting conversation in any case. So we've heard a little bit from these two gentlemen about what's happening in the marketplace. Yes, there's physical retail is severely affected. Customers are not coming out in numbers. Let's try and understand a little bit about the mentality of customers and what's happening. And I'd like to ask Bharti, your insights as a professional and as a consumer yourself. What's happening to the customer's mind? What are they thinking right now? One insight, if you can.
Thanks, Jayant, for asking. One of the things that we have seen from SAP perspective, as I told you, that today 70% of the transactions in the world, they touch SAP system. So we have access to huge data, and we keep doing a lot of analytics so that we can offer some recommendations to the customers. So one of the trends that has stayed with us is basically, just one sec, somebody just pinged me on my phone.
Oops. Harsh, do you want to recover and talk about what your understanding is of the consumer mindset? How is it different from what? Okay, Bharti's back. Can carry on.
So,
go ahead, Bharti.
Yeah, sorry. So one of the things that we have picked up is that retail sector in general is no longer reliant on analytics from the client's past behavior. No longer the clients are procuring based on their past behaviors. The client behavior is more about environment. 80% of the procurement that clients are doing today, they are based on the existing environmental factor rather than their past purchasing history, because suddenly the world has changed. So we have seen that the places where the lockdown has happened, the clients are purchasing in a very different manner. The behaviors are changing. So analytics as a space overall, the customer behavior, sentiment analytics and all this is changing, and AI is making a big presence in itself. Second thing that we are seeing as a change in the customer behavior and in retail sector, which is going to stay, is augmented reality. Because even, of course, augmented reality is the thing to see when you are online. If you are making a furniture, you want to see how will it fit in your homes, how will it fit in your office. If you're buying any clothes, you are trying it online virtually. But even when you visit the shopping malls or the stores or the other places, you will no longer be allowed to try on everything. So it will be more of augmented reality screens, even in the shopping malls and in the stores and other places. So you'll have to try out a lot of things based on the augmented reality things. And third thing, which is more to do with Victorinox, is what we figured out is that the brands which were operating out of big shopping malls, they have suffered the most. So that kind of explains why Victorinox sales.
Okay, Bharti seems to have hung. Arsh, let me put the question to you, and the question was, how have consumers' mindsets changed in your understanding, pre-COVID to post-COVID? What is your interpretation? And before you start, we have a question from Shikha.
Sure.
And she says, I do not intend to go to malls unless a vaccine is out and online shopping lacks the touch and feel. So it's not attractive for her, obviously. So how can retailers help buyers in this situation? So Shikha, we're going to ask people to answer that. But before that, please come back to us again with your view on, as a consumer, it could be months, it could be, Rajesh said, it could be a year and a half or so, and he's right, before things return to what the kind of mindsets we had pre-COVID. How long will you go without going to a mall? I mean, everyone, needs to shop and needs to buy things. As a consumer, what is your feeling? Can you tell us a little bit more about your mindset? Arsh, you give us your take on it.
Sure. Thanks, Jan. So I think a very simple thought that we've had, and this is just basis conversations that we've been having with people in the industry. There are 2-3 things. So I think the challenge, the way we've looked at it is, no model today exists. When we are talking of, like a unified model of demand, showing one inventory to multiple channels, and all of what was established as working fine has changed now. And the change is because there is a bigger concern around safety. There is a bigger concern around, commercials in terms of financials at an end consumer. So that everybody's trying to hold on to money. And third thing is, in this scenario, there is also a very interesting fact around personalization. That the consumers still want that personalization angle to still remain, right? Despite of all of this fact. So the challenge that we've seen, the mindset change that we've seen is one: can I have a digital experience? In combination to that digital experience, can it be safe and contactless? And to add to that, can it also have some sort of personalization, which is where the analytics, which is where what Bharti was saying, the entire AI, virtual, all of that comes together. So what we've realized over a period of time is, there is no trend, there is no longer a benchmark on which, the old ad of fill it, shut it, forget it. Now the fact that if you fill it and shut it, you should forget it. It's not going to work, right? So it is a dynamic change, which means now every business needs to look at what is happening on a real-time basis, take proactive calls, and keep tweaking. So, I was having a conversation with the KPMG and the BCG team a few days ago, and they said there are 4 things that are going to come out in this new normal, as they're calling. One is, there could be certain trends that the market.
Okay, we'll come to that. I'll just on the consumer mindsets right now. So yes, we'll come back to all this. Sure. We are rejoined by the ever young and brand ambassador for her own range of beauty products, Blossom Kocher. So Blossom, very briefly, just to get the ball rolling, can we get your take on what's happened to the business in your sector, in your category? A lot of people who are not in the category don't understand. So what has happened? How has it been affected? And number 2, how are your consumers?
Yeah.
What is their mindset? What has changed pre-COVID and post-COVID? Very briefly.
Now, of course, we've had a big change, Jen. It's been a really big change because for 3 months or something, it was absolute lockdown everywhere for the whole thing, where we couldn't get our products to the thing, to online, nothing was working, retailer. Then when we did start, what happened was, we did start the thing. Now, I belong to the beauty, like Aroma Magic, Blossom Kocher Aroma Magic, which is a retail range. Also, we work with salons, and because salons are a big part of buying our cosmetics, and we also deal with education because they all go together in the beauty education. So when we had opened out, what happened is, discovered there was another pandemic happening. It's the pandemic of fear. People were just so scared of coming, and really coming out and doing things. And they just wouldn't venture out. And of course, the way they would love to buy things was just where they could buy online, or they would buy in their stores. That was, stores that were close to them. That was the other thing. Then what happened is, in the salons, the salon industry completely, in fact, collapsed, I must say, because they had the social distancing, and though they looked after it, but I think a lot of salons closed, and it was really, really bad, the thing. And they used to only earn about 1/5 of what they earned before. But so the economy was another thing that was affected. And what we found is that people were not ready to spend so much on the things. They would spend on the necessities, and they would really spend on things. The education, of course, went online, which was good. And so there was no problem about that. And of course, the cosmetics also could move online. So we went very much online. So we were only a quarter online, and the rest, was retail. But now we've gone 50-50, in fact, 50% online and even more. The other thing that we found is, since they don't want to come out of their area, we have found that a lot of us have moved into, working with the retailers, of course, and they've moved into the shopping into their house, not in their houses, into the blocks, wherever they stay, the housing blocks. So those, the raw and the thing, and now that is how, in fact, we are selling. And now it is not really, taking a long time to come back. And I don't think it's going to come back very fast, but we are expecting it every month, a certain thing that's going to come back. But we have to now go through a whole new set of stuff, which I feel.
Thank you. That was perfect. So, I think you said it very frankly and openly that, yes, the business has been devastated by what happened. And, and a lot of people in public fora like to say that, no, everything's fine. But, obviously it isn't. Everyone knows it isn't. And I think the other big point you made was the F word, fear.
Yes.
This is really what's killing our business. It's not that people can't go out, but they're fearful of it. And the point is that I think very soon that effort might change to another effort, which is frustration. I'm so fed up of sitting with my husband alone at home, or we can't say the other part of it, and therefore I just have to get out. I'm so frustrated. I have to get out and shop. So hopefully that frustration will take the place of fear, and people will get out more. But Rajesh, let me come to you and say that, and ask that, going ahead, yes, online for those where it works, it's a good option if you can do it. As Shikha said earlier in a question, I need touch and feel. So particularly a brand like Lacoste, which is, a aspirational brand, people want to wear it and feel good about it. They also want to experience the buying process, and, the touch and feel and experiential aspect of buying is very important. How are you going to bring back the relevance of offline in the months and years to come?
So, Jayant, I think this issue of online versus offline was much debated from mid of 2014 to till about 2 years back. But after that, I think this was a very well established principle that both of them will coexist, and both of them are wonderful channels of distribution. Online started venturing into offline and vice versa. However, now we are talking about this again because of this COVID thing. So my take on this, I'll answer Shikha's question into this. So first of all, I think the physical retail has to go back to the basics. They have to really strengthen the basics. And when I talk about the basics, in today's environment, the first and the foremost requirement is the safety of the customer. The customers are really, really concerned about the safety. So the physical retail needs to ensure that they follow all the guidelines that have been set up by the government. And just to answer Shikha's question on this, see what is happening is, as far as organized retail is concerned, most of them are following all the government guidelines. And when you talk about the malls have more stringent guidelines than the individual high street retailers also. So there should be no reason why a customer would not like to get into a mall. The moment you go to a mall, you will realize that the stringent safety measures that the malls have taken for themselves, and once you enter the mall, the retailers inside the malls have also taken equally stringent measures. There should be no reason why one should worry about getting into the malls. I hope this should answer Shikha's question that there is no worry going to the mall. And as far as physical retail is concerned, yes, the safety is the foremost concern. The second part I would say is that the retailers will need to ensure, the physical retailers, to bring back that customer delight. Customer doesn't go to shop a product. They go for a complete shopping experience. If you want a product, then you can pretty much buy it online. But when you want to go buy offline, you want a complete shopping experience. And that is where the customer delight through customer service plays an extremely important role. And when I say customer service, apart from the normal customer service that we used to do anyway, it becomes very, very important in today's time that we develop a relationship with the customer. It's not just providing that customer service at that point. It has to be a relation that the customer will remember to come back to your shop again and again, even when the COVID thing is over. And to take care of these two things, the safety measures and the customer delight, what is very, very important is to bring and spruce up your training programs very, very effectively. You have to ensure that your sales staff at the boutique level, at the store level, is trained to handle different kind of scenarios, different kind of customers in today's date. One thing is for sure that today, if the customer makes a transition from offline to online, that could impact for a very long time to come. It will not be for a short term. So physical retail has to ensure the training is given in such a manner that the customer would like to come back again and again, and your sales staff is able to understand the problems and handle those categories or handle those problems at that time. The last part in this, apart from the normal, the product, etc., the last part into this is right communication through the right channels and to the right TG, where safety has to be kept again at the topmost level. So these 3-4 things are very, very important for the physical retailer. Apart from the normal, like the right kind of product, right kind of place, etc., and right kind of price, all those things obviously will remain. But these 3-4 things in today's environment are extremely important in my opinion.
Okay, good. Thank you, Rajesh. Bharti, can I come to you and ask what do you think are the key changes that retailers need to make in your assessment to really remain relevant and viable in the coming months?
So one of the key changes, thanks Jayant for asking, one of the key changes that I think the retailers need to make is to focus more on the current issues, in their analytics, in their analysis of the customer behavior, and really focus on certain things which were not earlier a very important factor in their consideration. So for example, kitchen gadgets. I'll give you an example that increasingly a lot of kitchen gadgets that we found in our analytics, there is a lot of influence coming from the male members of the family because they are suddenly cooking. Convenience is becoming very important factor in procurement of the kitchen gadgets. The male members also follow the different kind of brands. The brand following that they have versus the brand following that their better halves have is a very different thing. So that is certainly, I mean, you can no longer rely on history. It's more about staying current, staying up to date. Second thing that most of the retailers have to realize is that things are not going to change drastically for them, neither now nor in coming years. The online and offline mode, both of them will go together for them. So while we are seeing a big part of the world which is more like Sukhas, who asked the question and said that he will not be going to the malls because he doesn't want to risk. There is another example, which is countries like France and Germany and Italy, where the moment government finished lockdown, hundreds of people, they came out right at the 12 o'clock in middle of the night for the restaurants, for the malls, for the shopping, for the beach. So there is a huge group of the people globally which doesn't want to stay in the homes, which wants to come out. They're just waiting for a little safer time. So very soon, the physical stores, in our opinion, will come back because we are doing a lot of Qualtrics customer sentiment survey, and customers are very optimistic that just like SARS did not stay, just like Ebola did not stay, or any of the global pandemics did not stay, even the COVID will not stay, and they will be able to resume the normal life back. So don't make too much of investments thinking that this current situation is the new normal. No, it is not. That is customers' sentiment shows that it could be another 3 months or 4 months from now or 6 months from now. That prediction is not there. But this is definitely not the new normal. Staying at home.
Are you saying that there's not too much that retailers need to do, but wait it out and things will slowly bounce back and come back?
Retailers have always been doing a lot of things, Jayant. We have found retailers investing a lot of money in getting their warehouses and supply chain intact. They have already been, the auto.
No, we're talking specifically about getting customers back and customer delight. Do you see that there's anything particular that they need to be doing, or just wait it out? Okay, let me ask that question to Ayush while we're waiting for Bharti to come back online. Do you think that there's anything particular that retailers need to do to attract customers, apart from everything else that they need to do to improve the efficiency of the businesses?
So they will have to kind of get to the fact of, as Rajesh was mentioning, there is a factor around safety. There is a factor around some sort of analytics to be able to customize the experience better for the customer who's walking in, personalize it a little bit, which might come from training, as he said, but also in the end, bring in some sort of newness in a way to be able to still have the touch and feel, but kind of compare or contrast it with some sort of digital angle, so that whenever there is a return to the old normal, in whatever terms it is, they are able to kind of seamlessly transition from the experience from which was very, very touch and feel to maybe something which is more digital in a combination. That could be one of the things.
Debraj, any particular one thing that you've seen that is different in consumer mindsets before and now in terms of shopping mindset?
Yeah, of course, there is the predominant thing which I see is that people have actually gone minimalistic to a certain extent, and you really need to value your products pretty well. Pricing is something which is very important, which I realized lately, and that people are actually looking for value for money. So, and there's another thing which Arsh said is customization. I think that is the key goal that we have. We really need to understand what customers want and give them exactly what they want. So we also need to devise a marketing completely around this. So
just to get to that, the question is that, so what we will do as internal process is different. I'm saying when it comes to consumer mindsets, to understand that's the point of this question. So you're saying one thing is they want minimalistic. Do you see that changing, or do you see that's a change that is here to stay?
It will not be staying for long. It's actually the situation which is forcing people to think so. I think it will change over a period of time, because the nature of indulgence will never go away. People will always have that. So it is a kind of situation which we need to face for about a year or so. We need to give products with more value for money.
So just to come back to the consumer approach to what's happening, and Shikha, we heard from earlier, wrote in again to say that I stay with my parents who are not so young, and therefore I'm not going to take any chances and forget about me coming to any stores till a vaccine is found. Shikha, the bad news for you and for all of us is even if the vaccine is found in 3 to 6 months, by the time 7 billion people get vaccinated, it's going to be a long, long time. So, I hope you don't stay away from our stores for that long, but I think it's up to us really to find a way to get you back and to see what we can do. On this question of hygiene and safety and fear, which everyone's talking about, yes, it's important and it's something that to be overcome. But I just wondered, a lot of brands are now talking about, oh, you can come to our stores, they're very safe. We have the sanitizer, I disinfect this, we do that. If you ask me, that's the most terrifying kind of communication I can imagine. It's like a pharmacy store, a chain that we used to work with, and their whole thing was our medicines are all authentic, and we don't sell any spurious medicines, and there are no fake medicine in our store. And I said, why when people are buying medicines, why are you making them think of fake and spurious? You can talk about price, talk about convenience, talk about health, talk about anything else, not fake. I don't know if our retailers are really shooting themselves in the foot by talking too much about how our stores are safe and hygienic. Because as Rajesh said, I think earlier, when people come to a chain or an organized retail brand, they expect that it is going to be safe and hygienic. So why put that doubt into their mind? Blossom, can I come to you and again ask, what do you think is the way, how are you going to rebuild consumer confidence and make people want to come back to your stores?
One thing I think to make one is we have to keep on communicating with them, because we have to communicate with them all the time, and especially during this COVID, we did communicate with them, educate them, and advise them. And for that, of course, we had the social media, which was fantastic. And like I'll tell you what I did. Now, I never sold any product online, but I was there communicating with them and giving them DIY recipes, how they could use things from their home and their kitchen, getting yoga experts, because of awareness also, and getting, the yoga experts, the doctor, the meditation and other things, alternative therapy, so that by the time, we were able to get them, they had enough confidence in us to come to us and to come back to use our product, which they are doing, which I must say thank you to them. But this was one of the things. So we used a lot of communication to make them feel good. We also gave a lot of positive kind of little webinars for them, so that they could really feel positive and in this time, so they would do it. The other thing that we did was, of course, everyone wants a social cause, So the thing is, I feel that it would really work is if they say whatever you come in and as much goes to.
Sorry, Blossom, 1 second. Mohit, can you put everyone on mute, please? Mohit, can we mute everybody? We've got some.
Okay, so okay, we had a thing. A social cause is something they all want to. Especially at this time, everyone are binding. So that was another thing I really recommend, and we are using, is whatever you buy, just a small percent goes to any kind of organization that there is. They could go to education, to cancer, to anything, so that people, they feel they love a social cause. The other thing that I feel that is really good is building a kind of community, and this is what we did with our online, where we built this community of when we had the yoga, the this, the that. So when you build a community, it's easier for you to communicate with them and to get it. Apart from that, of course, I think making your sizes smaller. It was in cosmetics, I can talk. This making the ratio of your pack size smaller, making it more affordable, giving them this big discounts that they need. The other thing that we did, of course, was bundling up things for them, like what they need. Okay, if they want a face wash, we'll give them a sunscreen with it, and we could give them something else. And for the touch, feel, and other things, since they couldn't do that in stores, they were given we made sachets which could be given to them so that they could, get back and do these things. So this was, I feel for everyone, this is how it should be. And when you go into a cosmetic retail store, like everyone, though they say they sterilize, sanitize, but you feel a little hesitant to take your product and to go. What is really fantastic for those who can afford in their shops is a huge UV cabinet which disinfects all the cosmetics are there. You will feel safe to even take it out of there. And so what I feel the retailers could, like any of us who want to put our stores in the retail, we could, instead of giving them one of their cabinets, we could give them a UV thing that would, really work with the clients and the things, so that they feel safe. They have to feel safe. They have to have confidence, and then you will find that they would come out to it. And this is really how we've been working with it and building this whole thing for them. And
Blossom, that's wonderful, very insightful, very interesting, very relevant. I've come to conclusion that every Mrs. Coach or all the Mrs. Coaches make a lot of sense. My wife is exactly the same. Listen to everything she says. Very sensible. Okay, thank you so much. Let's hear from the others also, because I think that's exactly where we want to go with this. What are the insights and what are the key things that you think need to be done? And taking off on what you said, Blossom, fantastic, because today's newspapers had a full page ad on the front page from Cadbury, where they say thank you. And they said, please thank, and they listed out, left blanks for your cook, your maid, your gardener, your car cleaner, the delivery boy. It was like a long note. They left places for everything, say thank you to everyone. And it so happens that they're branding their chocolates thanks or thank you. So, at the end of it, there was a very subtle message that one way you could say thank you is giving our chocolates to everyone. It's a nice social message, and it drives consumption too. Rajesh, what about you?
See, so if you're talking about the strategy that the retailers should follow, I would say there are two types, two-pronged strategy that we are following. One is the customer side and one is the business side. From customer side, I would strongly suggest that we are doing that actually, to stay true to the brand values. And when I talk about the brand values or the brand DNA, so if you look at Lacoste, our brand DNA says that whatever products you make, it has to be a relaxed elegance. These are some of the terms that we use: relaxed elegance, freedom of movement, innovation. That's extremely important for a brand like us, and we constantly keep on doing that innovation. So these are some of the strategic parts that we are doing on the customer side. On the business front, I would say that given the current reality and the current downside of the business, the most important thing for a business would be to conserve cash. And I'm shameless in saying that one has to make a very fine balance between conserving cash and going ahead with a lot of other new initiatives, because sustenance is very, very important for these 6 to 9 months. So these are the two takes I would say that one retailer should follow, in my view.
Okay, Rajesh, these are basically addressing the problems that are arising from COVID. Now, for every problem, there is a different side of the coin, which is the possibilities.
Yeah.
So, Blossom has talked about some of the possibilities that arise in her business. And what I'd like from all of you now is we can just share a little bit about, so we're saying that we are struck by there's a need for social distancing. Again, this is another one of those phrases like new normal, which makes no sense. What is so social about distancing? There's nothing social about it. It is most antisocial to be distancing. And in the process of distancing people, is there an opportunity of creating a more social and environment in some form or the other, maybe physical, maybe otherwise, that can drive people, attract people to your brand? You don't necessarily say, come to our store and have a party. That's not going to obviously work. But things that can be done to create the need. Everyone is feeling the need that I'm cut off from everyone else. I'm stuck in my house. I'm not meeting friends. I'm not playing golf. I'm not going to the club. I'm not going to movies. I'm not going to restaurants. So how do we cash in on these possibilities that arise? Devraj, you want to take this? Okay, we need your audio. Okay, say something so we know if you're audible. Devraj?
Yeah. Can you?
Great.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, we all need to do a deep dive into our product category that we have, and we were fortunate to have the kitchen knife category with us. So, we actually picked up a division that was never our aim at all, and it was always never in the front line for us to grow for. And I think people need to dive into the category of products that they have. Like, for example, we also looked into something very different. Is like we have a lot of watches with us which get scratches normally, So we tried in selling them through a portal which sells watches as second hand. So where we can reduce the prices considerably, but then people buy a fresh Victorinox watches, but then it has small factory scratches in them. So these kind of innovations is what people need to look into. And to actually drive the product is what I feel. Apart from, if you're not talking about the ways to market, like we are completely now dependent a lot on the marketplace, but that's a different solution to the problem. But if you're trying to look into the problem that we have in hand, and what we can do is like rationalizing the price to a certain extent. And something which also Blossom said, we tried and create groups of our products. Like, for example, we tried and make sets of 3, sets of 4, and tried and rationalize the prices there. So that worked very well for us. So it's a time of innovation. Basically, we need to innovate. We need to think differently. And there are solutions within the existing products that we have, that we can find out some solution for the consumer.
Great. Harsh, any thoughts from you on what retailers can be doing to, overcome the consumer mindset issues and attract people to the stores?
Sure. So just continuing from that, the BCG McKinsey discussion that we had. So they were basically talking about 4 things, which is where the 4 quadrants of consumer behavior that are going to happen. One is the return to old normal. There would be certain practices from the end consumers which will start to happen as time progresses. So how do we prepare for that? So once the retailers, the brands need to start focusing on, whenever there is a return to the old normal, how do we take it forward from there? Whatever was left, whenever it was left. Second is, there is an angle around exciting, but exciting for now. So there are companies looking at stopgap solutions, which is to stop user erosion, which is where Devraj talked about, say, the knives part of it, which is possibly very exciting right now. But when the market opens up and everything happens, possibly all the other products will also start contributing back to the level. So exciting for now is very good. We need to find those niches. Maybe, as Blossom was saying, you're making packs together and so on and so forth, where with a face wash, you have a sunscreen and so on and so forth, which is how that's another angle. Third is now creating solutions for potential to stick, which is where we need to really look at new experiences where we can either build in momentum or potential for the next phase of growth, which is where you're talking about technology, analytics, the newness with which Bharti was mentioning. And possibly the last piece, which will take the longest time, is then creating those fast accelerators. That where do you find replacements for the traditional in-person experiences to be made into something which is more secure, safe, and so on and so forth, so that it can be then built into like a baseline for whatever is the future growth. So these 4 things: how do you focus on returning to old normal, exciting for now solutions, then finding solutions which have potential to stick, and then finally the faster accelerators for changing to the traditional in-person. I think that is where the entire picture would look like in the future.
Interesting. I still think a lot of us are thinking from our professional hats on, not with the consumer hats on. Possibly if you think of what will it take for us to go out and start shopping in a mall again for our wives, we probably get even better insights than what all of you are already sharing. Bharti, anything you want to add to what retailers can strategically be doing to attract consumers back?
The confidence that we are on the right track and the markets will rebound. We just have to sustain is something that is going to win our customers back. We have established our brands over a long period of time, and our brands have a tremendous value and trust and credibility with our customers. It is just important to stay connected with the customers. So one of the things that I find most of the brands doing, some brands doing very effectively and some brands not doing so much effectively, is using social media influencers to stay connected with their customers. Some of the brands like Cadbury's and Nestle, they are conveying stories and they are connecting with the everyday problems of the customers. Like, for example, Jayant just mentioned that Nestle has come out and we people would like to thank our drivers, our maids for sailing with us throughout the tide. So the most important thing for us to bring the customers back is to ensure that we connect with them on their present day requirements. We don't see current situation, and we also need to make sure that we understand the basic customer sentiment, that this thing is going to stay. No, this thing is not going to stay forever. Customers, they want to come back to malls. Customers want to go back to the gardens. They want to shop. They want to gym. They want to have that wholesome experience which Rajesh was telling, that they would like to go to a mall, they would like to shop, and they would like to go to the cinema hall. They would like their entertainment. They would like their food and beverages and all. So it is the time when people need to start collaborating, when the brands and businesses need to start collaborating, start offering differentiated value to their customers so that they can be brought back. Look at our local Kirana stores. They have created those values by delivering the products to the customer's home, which they were not doing earlier. So the moment malls and everybody else is able to do that, we will be able to win our customers back. We just have to sail through for next 3 to 4 months and not get into that hype that everybody will be getting the vaccine. It's, as Jayant mentioned, 7 billion people in the world cannot be given the vaccine. We have to learn to live life without that. So
yeah, great. I think that's very true. I think we need to be proactive. We can't sit back and wait. And it's possible that there's certain product categories. Maybe Victorinox is okay with selling more and more online, and it's not so important to have people come to stores. But for Lacoste, for Aroma Magic, you need people visiting retail outlets. And how do you do that? And of course, today if people are delivering products online, how do you leverage that to getting people to come home? So if somebody buys a product from you, maybe you give a little gift voucher that can only be redeemed in a store and attract people there. You don't really have to go on saying that we've got a safe, hygienic environment. I think sampling, like Blossom mentioned, if you're doing a bit of that, it just I ordered from a small store in Goa. I ordered some Goan sausages 3 days ago, and with the order confirmation, they sent me a message saying, yes, we are preparing your shipment of fresh chorizos and they'll be with you soon. In the meanwhile, here are some interesting recipes. And of course, I had ordered half a kg, and all the recipes require 1 kg or more. So, they're kind of telling you that, yes, please, use more of our products. It's a great way to get people buying more and coming to your stores too. I'm going to just quickly go through a couple of questions. So we have a question from Sumit. I don't know who this is for. What about those customers who are interested in your top of funnel content but don't have the buying power right now? Sumit, this is like Rajesh said, we need support for the retail industry. Customers need support from their bankers. What can we say?
No, I think maybe Jayant, I can add a little here. See, so Lacoste obviously is a bridge to luxury brand, and we do have two separate sets of customers. We did some analysis some time back, and we saw that there is one set of customers who are very, very fashion conscious. They go and buy the products on full price, but there are several aspirational customers like Sumit. What they do is they start buying during the end of season sale at discounts, and once they start liking the product, then they graduate to the full price merchandise. So I think for Sumit, it would be a very good opportunity to buy during the end of season sale or on discounts. And if he likes the products, then he can graduate to the full price also.
Yeah, and these
I know for sure. I know a lot of my colleagues in stores, etc. They keep accumulating money to buy an iPhone someday because that's an aspiration for them. Similarly, I see a lot of people who keep some part of money separate to buy a Lacoste.
Great. Okay, that's good. That's a good point. Yeah. And of course, these end of season sales that you mentioned are just stretching longer and longer and longer. The season is shrinking, the end of season is expanding. Yes. There's a question for Blossom, but I think you've answered this. What are you planning to let the stress go away to distract? So in a way, you've mentioned some of the things. You want to add anything? Take the stress away from visiting your stores?
What to do to take the stress away from the stores? No, yeah. I've already, the main thing to take the stress away from the stores is to really, like what I was saying before, we have to, of course go online. Is that, what does it mean? What can you tell me what the question means?
Well, basically, how to make people more. I think it's more how to make people more comfortable about visiting your stores and getting their beauty treatment. You can see I haven't got my hair done for so long. So how do we get people back?
So yeah, visiting, you have to really, we have to make them feel as comfortable as possible. And like I was saying, you create your little thing first online and educate them. And even when they're coming into stores like us, we have to educate them. We have to talk to them. We have to make them feel, that they feel comfortable with us. That is really the main thing for everything, for any store, any retail store. I've always said, if you have a connection with your customer before this thing happened, you will never have a problem for them coming back to you because they trust you and they believe you. And I think that's what the main thing is going to be. We will have to give them more, like we've got to show them that we are not really all out to get only their money for the things that they want, but we are out there to help them. I think that is what we have to show them. And I think the social media is going to come into that because we can't do it otherwise. So we have to do it virtually, that we are there to help them. That is the main thing.
Yeah, I think all the good retailers certainly will have SAP already implemented, and those who don't will have some not so good solution implemented, I'm sure. But you understand, the whole point of all this is to know your customers, understand their needs. So if you know your customer and if they bought something from you online, so in Blossom's case, maybe you send a little handwritten note along with the online order, telling them that you haven't bought this particular product which you used to buy from us for a long time. So here's a small sample, and we look forward to welcoming you at our store again. I think a thing like that would work a lot better than telling people that, our stores are now hygienic, so please come.
Yeah.
You're
right.
So Tushar is asking, I don't know my size when buying online. Can technology help me with that? Rajesh, you want to answer?
See, there have been some instances of some technology coming up where online sites can give you your size. That may or may not be 100% correct, but yes, with the help of AR and AI, etc., some new technological advancements are being done. In fact, one of the eyewear size has done it perfectly well. You can just choose your size and it can fit on your face very well. However, even if you get a wrong size, you can easily return it. These are very easy returns these days. That shouldn't be much of a botheration. Obviously, I know that when a customer he buys to wear it or use that product, not to return it. Sometimes it can go wrong, but most of the times I think the customers end up satisfied for the size part.
Yeah. I mean, these days with augmented reality, AI, ML, I don't think people have to worry about these things. And also the online retailers, they tell about the sizes very clearly, very nicely. So that should not be a worry.
Yeah. So there's a question for me from Samira. By elevating the customer excellence, and how do I add customers while balancing? Okay, Samira, I think what you're asking is how do you make your customers feel more comfortable coming to you? Part of that has been answered. Again, I think very importantly, just by reacting to them as people and rather than as an organization or as an entity or as something unknown, a human touch, a little bit of comfort, because that's really what people are missing more than anything else is human interaction, human touch. You give a bit of that, I think you're going to be in a good space. Anyone want to add something?
No, I think I completely agree with you, Jayant, there, because when I talked about customer service and customer delight, etc., it actually means the same thing. It's not that customer is asking you to stand on your head. So they just want that human touch, and that's what they come for the complete experience, not only for the product. So if you understand them, hold a conversation with them, the customers do come back to you again and again. And I have seen it from my personal experience because we have a policy that once a month, everybody goes to the shops, not during this COVID time, and acts as customer sales executive. And there, if you start holding a conversation with the customer, he gets comfortable and he starts buying more than what he came for.
So here also again, there is a rise of virtual assistants. There is a rise of chatbots, which are poorly done. There is nothing wrong with having a virtual assistant, but a poorly done virtual assistant or a hastily done chatbot can do far more damage to your credibility and to your brand image. So I know of this one big, large travel operator, online travel aggregator, which is probably one of the largest in India. They implemented a chatbot, and within 2 months, they saw a lot of bookings coming down. There is EXPO, another company, which is a relatively small company. They decided to continue with their call center despite the COVID times and personally replied to all the queries. Even their CIO, he was available on LinkedIn and Facebook. So anybody who would post any query with the hashtag EXPO, he would personally look into it and spend time in answering it. That really makes a lot of difference. That really adds. So if you attend to your customers in these difficult times, they are there for you always. They will always be with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you're in a category where your customers can't come to you right now, doesn't mean you stop interacting with them and stop engaging with them. For example, gyms have been closed for a long time, but the smart gyms have not just shut their shutters and sitting at home. It's so easy. I mean, there's so many things you can do. So you have online classes for your members, and even non-members. You're giving free classes. You can go above and beyond, because it's not just a class. You can engage with people in ways that possibly you can't even do in a gym. So for example, you have a competition among everyone who wants to join. Okay, whoever walks the most steps in the next 5 days gets so many free tryouts at our gym. There's so much that can be done. So don't get stuck in saying, oh God, my gym is closed, what do I do? I'm out of business. It's actually a possibility. It's not a problem, and there's much you can do with it. Coming back to the questions, Tushar says, I'm also worried about virus through shipments. What are companies doing about this? Tushar, the answer is go to the stores and buy yourself. No, but do you want to talk about what companies are doing for hygiene and sanitation on deliveries? Devraj, you're muted. You've been muted. Okay, I think you're okay now. Just say something. No. Anybody else want to talk about what companies are doing for safety of home deliveries?
I think Devraj is unmuted.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. See, what we do is we have a very strict guidelines in our warehouses as of now, and we've got a set of 14 people living in our who work in our warehouses. They stay in the warehouse itself. We don't let them go back home, and they work for 14 days, and they are on a leave for 14 days, and then they join back again after the 14 days. And also when they are with us, we have the strict complete control about all the hygiene aspects that we do, and every product that we ship in, it is sanitized before. So we make these videos available to our consumers as well. So that's what we are doing.
Great. Okay, Arsh, there's a question for you from Shekhar. There are many technology. Sorry. Okay, you answered that question, but he didn't get it. So the question was, where did it go? How can the challenges of disconnectedness with the retailers and influencers be worked on? So he can't see your reply, so he'll have to say it out.
Okay. So, Shekhar, there are a lot of technology platforms that are available today where utilizing one layer, you can get all your retailers, your influencers, basically the last mile of your supply chain on one platform, connect with them digitally, incentivize them, whether it is your retailer, whether it is influencer, whether it is an end consumer, and utilizing that same platform, create digital engagement, impressions, whether it is taking them to social media, engaging with them, bringing in AR, VR, all of those things are feasible because there are 3 stages. Stage 1 is having a platform. Second is getting the data. Third, utilizing that data to start taking actions. So, a lot of companies try to jump the gun, but I think it's a very linear process. One is setting up the process. Second is once we have the process, can we build the data actually to start taking actionable calls? And once we have that data, and then we can start looking at how it is impacting us, and then do a bit of analytics and make it personalized and all of that. So I think there are platforms available, and that's a journey that everybody will have to take.
Ajay, how are we doing on time? Can we continue for some time or? Can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we can continue. Since this is the last session of the day, so we can continue. We still have time with us.
Okay, so everybody order your pizzas and for dinner, and we're going to carry on with this conversation. There's a question for Bharti. As a CEO, how do I fight these counterfeit traders listing their products on e-commerce platforms, as this all affects our customers?
So there is a lot of yeah, sorry, Rajesh, it's a question for Arsh also, so I'll try to answer this. These days, there's a lot of artificial intelligence which is built in, a lot of startups which are working on solutions which can specifically track any spurious behavior of as Salim Kumar sir also said, that there is always, the counterfeit people will always have some kind of spurious behavior which needs to be observed, which needs to be caught. So you can always put those kind of solutions on your e-commerce platform to block out all the e-commerce vendors which are there. But if you are a customer, then all I can say is that it's always better that you buy from the brand itself. You know, like for example, if you're looking for Lacoste product, or you're looking for a Victorinox product, or you're looking for Ma'am Blossom Coaches product, it's always safer to buy from their own sites, from their own registered platform, rather than buying it from a generic platform just because they are offering too many discounts. When we are specifically buying a brand or a product, we are buying it for a certain value and purpose that it satisfies, that it carries to us. You know, wearing a Lacoste t-shirt to a golf course is a statement that I wish to make, and I wouldn't like to jeopardize my credibility over a counterfeit. Similarly, carrying a Hermes scarf or something like that, that's a credibility that we big go. So I wouldn't risk myself for those things. Arsh, you want to add anything here?
Sure. So the way we look at this very simply, and just adding to what Bharti said was, it's all about consumer empowerment. It's all about them having a platform or a mechanism to be able to validate or talk to a brand to check whether the product that I have in my hand was actually manufactured by you or not. Because I'm not buying from you, I'm buying from an outlet that is a channel partner for you. So I might trust the retailer, and this is one of the major shifts that we've seen with people moving back home and starting to work from home. You would work in a metro city, but your parents would be in a tier 2 city. So today, a lot of the buyers have moved to tier 2 towns where possibly a lot of brand stores are not available. Thus, they are either focused to go and buy from, say, an online store or from a local retailer who says I have the brand with me, but I don't trust the retailer because I've not bought from him before. So is the product smart enough to give me a validation or help me validate that whatever I'm buying is true or not, or genuinely manufactured or not? Now, there is an entire logic around this. There is an entire product around this. There are companies like us and like others who are doing this work. But there is a lot of science that has gone in, and there are established use cases. There are companies who've seen this improvement on a quarter-on-quarter basis happening. So it's an established fact that you can take care of this and also utilize that to instill confidence in the end consumer that whichever medium I go and buy from, I'm always taken care of because the brand is validating this. So that's the bottom.
What Arsh has been very careful not to mention is that he represents a brand called Original for Sure, who does exactly this, and you can check your counterfeit products on his through his company. Arsh, the easy way for you to expand your business dramatically is if you go from validating fake products or disvalidating fake products to doing it for fake news, because that's the greatest need. That's the greatest need right now.
Thank you. Sensationalization is what is really what we see on television. It's not news any longer.
Yeah, Rajesh, anything you want to add to this counterfeiting story? Because I know your company does a lot to fight.
Yeah, see, so I think the question was more towards the supply side rather than the customer side. Customer side, I completely agree with Bharti and Arsh, whatever they said. But from the supply side, I would say that it is extremely difficult to stop counterfeiting from online channels because there is serious number of sites that indulge into either counterfeit or unauthorized sale of product. What I really recommend is that once you want to get on a channel for let's say a marketplace to sell your product, you should convince them to delist all the unauthorized and counterfeit products first of all, because there's a great possibility the marketplace you're talking to, they would be selling those counterfeit or unauthorized, knowingly or unknowingly. So first of all, you have to convince them that they should delist. Second thing, as Bharti rightly said, that the customer needs to be told, they need to be informed that once they buy the product, they must always buy it from the authorized website or authorized company's website only. So these are the main two things. Apart from that, I think most brands have these legal cells who keep on interacting with these online channels, try to convince them or try to send them legal notices. But honestly speaking, it's not such an easy job, not only in India, anywhere in the world. Online, one has to be careful and must buy only from the authorized side, and the brand or the retailer needs to educate the customer that they should buy only from authorized channel.
Right. Okay. Shekhar, you had a question. I hope you'll stay with us because we'll come back to your question a bit later. Meanwhile, Shikha, who is very concerned about safety in the retail stores, is back with us again. She obviously wants to shop, but she's worried about her parents and all that. So Shikha is saying, I'm okay going to independent stores, but malls scare me. Will retailers plan on opening more independent stores? On behalf of my clients, who happen to be some of them malls, let me say that it is much safer to go into a mall than to go into a market, because they are taking at a macro level, apart from what the store is doing, they are taking their steps to make sure that right from the security guards, parking attendants, everybody, you're safe. You go into a market, you interact with parking attendants, you interact with the cleaners, everyone who's around you. It's difficult. I would say it's more challenging. Anybody want to add to?
Completely agree with you, Jayant. I'll give you an example, and that's what I said, that on high street, a brand like us, obviously we follow all the government guidelines, but that's a safety wall that we have built only for the customers who are entering our shop. Once you go to a mall, and I'll give you an example of what happened with me. I had to recently go for opening of one of our shops in a mall in Delhi. I am the managing director of the company of a brand that is inside that mall. They didn't allow me to step inside the mall without thoroughly checking me. And I was sort of not very happy about it initially, but then I realized, of course, this is a good duty and that's what they're doing for the customers. So that's a second layer, a more stringent layer of safety and security that they have added. What perhaps Shikha is also suggesting, that going in a closed environment might not be so comfortable for her or for her parents. But what I understand from after talking to mall developers and the SOPs that have been shared by the government to mall developers, that even the closed environment, we should not consider it as a normal closed environment. The air conditioning system within the malls are not like the normal air conditioning systems that we use in our offices or the homes. They have a very beautiful scientific method for circulating the air in such a manner that the no particle or no viruses can stay in that environment for very long. So it's much safer to visit the malls as compared to high street. Of course, we have shops in both the places, in malls as well as high street. So I don't have any vested interest of telling you that you go to malls only. But I can say with conviction that malls offer much more safer environment than standalone stores.
I would agree with you. Our office is in the top floor of a mall, right? So the 3 floors are a mall, and then top floors are all offices converted. So we know that, we have sometimes worked very odd hours in our office, and we have seen the mall people cleaning and also doing a lot of sanitization work, even during the normal days. I mean, I'm talking about pre-COVID days. So the kind of care that they put into those things is very distinct. But these days, one of the things is you have to use your discretion, Shikha. If you are in an area like where I am sitting here in Ranikhet, which is a cantonment town, and there are no cases of COVID, we are just roaming around freely. Life is normal for us here. When we go to the markets, we are not wearing masks. There are no sanitizers here. Nothing. We are just living a normal life here. But at the same time, when I just go 40 kilometers ahead to Haldwani. We have to be very careful. So it is not about mall or a standalone store. It is about an area where you see the percentage of infection. So it's more like your own personal judgment that you have to use. Today, I will not advise anybody in Bombay or Bangalore to, just go haphazardly and start walking and start doing anything. But if my kids here, they want to play cricket in the ground in the evening with other kids of the area, we don't stop them because it's perfectly safe here. So you have to use your discretion and not say that malls are safe or standalone stores or any markets are safe.
And I would just like to add here, as Bharti also said, that if you go to some of these foreign countries like France and other places, people are roaming around. So my request to all customers would be that yes, be safe, try to take all these safety measures, but please don't be paranoid about it. We have to learn to live with COVID now. It's not going to go away in a hurry. It will take time. Take all the safety precautions that you can take, but please go out. Please enjoy your life. We are humans. We are not machines. We need to go out and visit those malls, visit those F&B places, do shopping. So please go out.
Yeah. Rajesh, the only difference was, and we must say that, is that in most European countries, for example, young people would be living alone, not with elderly parents with them. In Shika's case, she's not worried about herself as much as about her parents. And even in countries like Sweden, where they didn't have a lockdown at all, they said, please be very, very careful with very young and the elderly people. And in between, everyone can just go out. But that having been said, Shika, I hope you're now convinced that going to a mall is safer than sitting in your house. So get out there, go and shop a bit, go and enjoy yourself. And I hope we've at least got one customer back to our stores. Yeah.
It's
okay,
enough
anyone
of
else?
sitting inside the homes.
Okay, so I think we can look at wrapping up. So I'm going to ask everyone closing thoughts, just based on the discussion we've had, the questions, the topic. What would you like to say? Blossom, would you like to start?
Yeah. I believe one thing is that, we should start encouraging everybody to come back to the retail store, because that is really going to help us. And I feel if we can, to be a brand, last but not least, I feel we have to become a company with a heart. If we can become a company or a store with a heart, I think we'll be able to get everybody back.
Wonderful. I love that. That's perfect. Rajesh, I want to first point out just comment, not point out, but comment on one thing you said right at the start, that the retail industry needs support. I think if there's ever been a time when the retail industry needs support, it is now. Never, ever have we needed it the way we do now. Demonetization, obviously we did, but that was, everyone knew it was, it was a month, 2, 3, 4, and then, it took a bit longer than we thought, but okay, it was all right. Here it's a very fundamental change. Now, but the point is that support going to come? And I think we can live in hope, but I don't think there's much likelihood of that coming, because whether it is landlords, whether it's mall owners, they have interest payments to banks. Banks are being told, the one thing that we've done to stimulate the economy is tell banks, go and lend more. Right. Who wants to borrow more? Who wants to invest in expansion or anything else right now? We want liquidity so that people can go out and shop and spend and thereby spur the economy. Unfortunately, that's not happening. So I think that point that you made is very important. And I hope that someone somewhere is listening and will do something about it. I'm not so optimistic about that, but okay, so back to you for your closing thoughts.
So honestly speaking, just to add to your point, Jayant, and just to be fair to the developers and the landlords, yes, they have extended some support because it was just not possible to go without the support. That support is not sufficient is what I am saying. And that's the reason I'm saying that we need to again sit back on the drawing board and understand with each other that where do we reach? If there are no retailers, there will be no mall. Similarly, if there are no malls, the retailers will find it difficult to grow anyway. So it has to be a joint discussion supported by the government somewhere. Just like in some other countries, the government has extended support to retail. In our country also, perhaps some government intervention is required. But at the same time, I would also like to add here that I did mention that from business perspective, the most important thing today is conserving cash. So whether you're getting support that is required or not, conservation of cash is very, very important. So a lot of these new initiatives might get deferred to a later date, and hence the businesses need to sustain during this period.
Yeah, true, very true. There's no question. I mean, planning for the long run is all very fine, but you got to stay alive to get to the long run.
Absolutely.
So that's very true. Okay, Arsh, what are your thoughts?
So I think, yeah, as everybody said, the fear psychosis needs to go out. I think we need to realize this is how it's going to be. So we need to start living with this, be discretionary in how we are going about it. But I think it's not going to change much. Things will slowly start to improve, and at some point in time, we will start to see things coming back to normal. And in that time, we need to utilize having a clear communication as an end consumer. The more reach out I am done by the brands, by the retailers, letting me know what is happening and making it a little more curated, the better it is, and it'll keep the engagement.
Great. Bharti, for your closing thoughts.
Sorry. My closing thoughts remain the same. I would really request the people to, use discretion and start shopping, start not postpone. So just now Rajesh said that retail needs some kind of government support, but I think consumer money is always far better than any kind of support from government or bank money or investors' money. So if the customers, they come back and they stop postponing, at least those who can afford, stop postponing their requirements and start shopping without getting scared to the places where lives are becoming normal, where the things are coming under control. That is something that I would be giving as a last message. No experience can beat, nothing that we can do on the virtual world will beat your experience of going to a place, feeling the product, or ordering a product online and having it in your own hands. So start doing that, start feeling less scared, live your life to that extent that you can enable the businesses of your country as well as your own life. Feel happy about it. So that's my last message.
Excellent. Very good. Yeah, I agree with you. It's important to help ourselves in a way and get consumers back to our stores. Debraj?
Well, I think that COVID is actually fast forwarding a trend that is otherwise would have set in by maybe 10 years from now. So it's actually bringing us more close to the world of digitalization. So which eventually would have taken its own time to happen. So what I believe today that people are fortified with a 4G phone and they have the money in their pockets. And it is a situation which is forcing them to think differently. And this difference will continue even post-COVID. Whatever we do, I mean, we cannot bring back the same mentality that was there with the consumer pre-COVID. They've learned how online shopping is and how online shopping can be done. They've tested blood in it and the comfort behind it. So I think for us, all traders, we should look for going omni-channel. I mean, retail stores will of course be staying there, but to even strengthen our retail business, we need to look into the digital part of it. And I think omni-channel is what is the future, and we should all work towards it. That's my closing.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's very true. It's a new reality. It's a different world, and yeah, we need to adapt to it very quickly. I think you're right. COVID, as I said at the start, it's a problem that opens up a world of possibilities, and those who embrace the possibilities and don't get stuck with the problems, they're the ones who really come out successfully going to the bank. It's been obviously, for a lot of people, like for Zoom, for example, it's been a blessing. For manufacturers of PPE suits and sanitizers, it's been a blessing. But for even a manufacturer of sanitizers, for example, there is an opportunity here to change what is a short-term gain into a lifelong behavior. So if you start manufacturing sanitizers now as the idea, so there's one version to keep at the front door, there's one to keep in the bathroom, there's one to keep at the dining table, there's one to keep in the car. Maybe the one in the car will have different packaging so that the fake news about sanitizers exploding in the car They won't remain. So even in a thing like that, which is so obvious, there's so many possibilities. And I think those of us who do look at possibilities, I remember there's a legendary story in marketing about the toothpaste company that wanted to increase consumption, and a little child told his father, who was a chief executive, a big shot in the company, why don't you just make the hole in the toothpaste tube a bit bigger, so that, because people are used to how much they put out, not how thick. So you make it a bit thicker, and automatically your consumption goes up by 25 to 30%. So many things that can be done. I think what Blossom said about being a company with a heart and relating to people in this time, because I think if there's one thing that COVID has taken away from us, it's the human touch that seems to have gone. There's a company called Krispy Kreme, which I'm sure all of you know, they do donuts. They thought that, they actually discussed this and said, what are the things that people have been deprived of? And obviously you're deprived of birthday gatherings and so many things. And they said one of the big ones is, all the kids who are graduating in 2020, that graduation ceremony, which is so important for them, is gone. It's now online. So they made a package of 12 donuts, which they sent to every graduating student in a particular geographical area. And that simple little thoughtful touch is something that they can then take into a permanent linkage between graduation and donuts. And they can really change behavior and make that something that will last forever. And of course, when you talk about my favorite example, so I'm going to take just one more moment. And Shekhar, this is all about your question. When will discretionary spends be back? Discretionary spends will be back when we bring them back, when we do something. Not when customers say, oh, let me start spending money. When we give them reasons and ways to come back and enjoy their lives again a bit more. So I think one of the classic stories of how a company delivered goodwill and increased consumption was Michelin Tires, the tire company. Now, how do you increase consumption of tires? You can't tell people, please take the longest route to go wherever you want to go so that your tires will wear out faster, and we'll do that. No, they thought about, everyone who uses a car uses it for things they have to use it for. Let's give people new things to use cars for. So somebody in that company came up with the absolute brilliant brainwave of rating restaurants. And they start giving Michelin stars to restaurants. And they made sure, so they say it's a coincidence, but the highest ranked restaurants were ones in the very remote areas of France. Not in the cities, because you don't drive there, you take the metro. You have to drive to. And they were all the 3-star Michelin restaurants were all, far away. And then they started Michelin travel guides and Michelin restaurant guides, getting people to increase their usage of cars and therefore need tires more, and yet also delivered a very wonderful benefit to customers of eating out more and enjoying themselves. So I hope this has been an interesting conversation and a panel for our audience. I know it has been for me, and I want to thank this wonderful group of speakers we've had here who have really taken the time and effort to share their views, their thoughts, their knowledge and experience. Thank you very much, and thank you to PhD CCI and Ajay Bansal for organizing a great event.
Thank you, sir, and really very thankful to you as well for accepting the invitation to moderate the session, and thanks for all the panelists as well to sparing such a long time for this session. I believe this is the longest session in these 2 days which had happened. The session has gone for about 2.5 hours. So this is the longest session which I have, and still it is so interesting that we would have continued it for another some time as well. But surely we will definitely come back with many more such sessions, sir, and we look forward for all your support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your time, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Jayant, there's one last question from Shikha again. I mean, do you want to answer that?
Which one?
What about clothes? So many people try them. What are retailers doing to decontaminate them?
We've already crossed the limit. We can keep going forever. So yeah, Rajesh, what about trying clothes?
See, you're saying the trial inside the stores or what?
The question is, what about clothes? So many people try them. What are retailers doing for decontaminating them?
So what happens is typically when we give a certain only a limited quantity of clothes to try, let's say maximum of 3 garments per person, And when they try it out, then we take it out and keep it in a separate containment area. It's a separate box or a separate area depending on the size of the store, where it is kept for at least 24 to 48 hours. And only after that, we start doing the Jiffy steam ironing, so that if there is any remote chances of any virus remaining in that goes away. And then only after that period and after that process of steam ironing, we put it again for display.
Okay, and we're really stepping into medical territory here, but Shikha, again, and we're doing so much to convince Shikha to go to the stores. If she doesn't go to a store after this, we wasted this entire session. So the fact is that this is a disease that is spread when you excrete something, when you're talking or coughing or sneezing, and somebody is very close to you, and even that single exposure may or may not contaminate you, and it certainly won't if both of you are wearing masks. So you should always wear a mask. But even if you're not, if you're more than 6 feet away, it's unlikely to have any impact at all. And if whatever it is, the virus falls on an object, experts say anything from 15 minutes to 1 hour, but certainly nothing more than an hour is what will survive for. So you're actually safe, but I think the point that Rajesh has made is more addressing people's concerns. You don't want to wear something that somebody has just tried on. So therefore, retailers are being extra cautious, much more than they need to be, which is another reason for you to not worry and to head out there to that mall and do some shopping. Good. Okay. So once again, thank you all very much, and look forward to doing this again with all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do I?
Thank you.